Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this evening's school committee meeting. We will begin with administrative business, the consent agenda. Would someone like to move the consent agenda? Thank you, Nancy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Helen.
Okay.
Stephen, your vote? Suzanne?
Yes.
Nancy?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
Mariah? Well, I'll also vote yes. And that brings us to the student reports.
Oh, awesome. Okay. Is this, can you hear me? Okay. Good evening, everyone. Several things have happened at BHS since my last report. Underclassmen took the MCAS, students begun choosing their courses, the Asian American Pacific Islander Club and the South Asian Student Alliance hosted a Holi celebration. The spring sports season started and Ramadan began. But for my presentation tonight, I want to focus on something I've been seeing impact my classmates more and more since the pandemic. Food insecurity in Brookline is impacting a greater number of families than ever, a reality that's really noticeable at BHS. While Brookline Thrives, which as you know is this program providing weekend meals to food insecure students, while Brookline Thrives serves children facing food insecurity in our K-8 system, there is not an equivalent program for high schoolers. So I have with me, or I was interested to see how like the town and district was addressing this need specifically for high school students. So today I have with me Ariel Chernin, who's the operations manager at the Brookline Food Pantry, and she's going to tell you more about the pantry's effort to provide food like directly to specific student groups at BHS. So yeah, thank you for being here, Ariel.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. I was just introduced. My name is Ariel. I am the operations manager at the Brookline Food Pantry. We have just launched, it's in a little bit of its infancy, but a program partnering with BHS and specific programs at BHS to provide some food that we have at the pantry to give access to students at the high school. Now, just a little background in case you're not familiar with the pantry, we do have 3 pantry sites throughout Brookline. We're open 5 days a week for families to come. As long as you live in Brookline, you're able to come and get groceries that should last you a few days. Your families are able to come once a week to the pantry to any of our locations, but we understand that students might not feel comfortable coming. We also have we're very lucky to have a lot of students who volunteer at the pantry. So sometimes it might be uncomfortable for another student to come and see some of their peers volunteering while they're collecting food. So we have been working with the school administrators for some time to see what would be the best way for us to be of service to some select groups of students. We went back and forth a number of times trying to find what would be the best solution. What we've come up with and what we're doing right now, which is our first stage, like I said, in its infancy, is we are working with 3 specific programs within BHS. They are Steps to Success, ACE, and Excel. Those 3 programs within BHS have their own set of students. They have their own rooms. They have their own little areas where they can store food, and we are providing food directly to each of those programs and trying to curate to their needs. So, and they all have different needs. So for example, Steps to Success has some students who want to be able to take food home to cook at home or share with their family or cook themselves at home, whereas Excel wants food that the students can eat during the school day, whether they come to school hungry as they haven't had breakfast or they need something in between classes. So we're trying to curate to each specific program and those students' needs. The Excel program is actually had this wonderful grant awarded to them this year to give them access or to create pretty much a full kitchen within their classroom space. So we are able to give them rice that they can cook in a rice cooker. They have a crock pot, they have an air fryer, they have a full refrigerator, they have a blender to make smoothies. So we're able to provide them a lot more options because they have more resources at this time. So because it's a small program, right now, we are able to really curate it specific to the specific needs. Should it grow and evolve, we are open to meeting these students and these programs' needs as best as we can.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ariel. Like the work you're doing is so incredible and impacts so much of us at BHS, like so much. And I'm really glad can be like communicated to school committee and the whole district. And I think especially just like thinking about how BHS fits into this and how BHS students fits in. This was something that seemed really relevant. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for thinking of us and for inviting me to come speak. And we're always happy to be involved in the community. We're so grateful for the support of everyone in the community. So feel free to reach out if you have any questions or suggestions. We're always here.
Anything else?
No.
No? Okay. Any comments, questions? Suzanne?
Yeah. Hi, Ariel. It's Suzanne, Fettisville, Ross's mom. Thank you for your work, and thank you, Alice, for bringing Ariel here. I was just wanting a little clarification. Is your program the only program, or is Brookline Thrives also at the high school?
So Thrives is not at the high school, which is why we started this program at the high
Right.
school. Thrives only goes up to 8th grade. So this was our attempt to reach high school students who we found still had quite a need.
Yeah, and so in Thrives, they give them a bag of food. Is that correct?
Yeah, so
And so
for
this
those
is
who-
different because they can kind of pick and choose what they want. It's more of a shopping.
Yes, so our original idea was to actually have a full-fledged pantry at the high school. And that was the initial idea. It wasn't fully thought through in a way that would work. I mean, it would be very difficult to monitor and manage, and there might be a stigma attached to going and be hard to track who was going. And so this was what we came up with that works now. How it works at Thrives, if you're not familiar, is the Thrives program packs and drops off at each school these pre-made bags that the students take home with them on Fridays to provide food for them over the weekend.
Mhm.
But what we were hearing from the administrators at the high school was that students were really actually hungry during the day during the school week. So this was a chance to give them snacks and healthy options that they can have during the day, whether it's, as soon as they get there or in between classes, or lunch after school, not necessarily things to take home over the weekend.
Yeah, gotcha. And so we have, a universal free breakfast and lunch right now, and is that just K to 8? Is that what that is? K to 12? Okay,
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, so they do have that. I mean, they've got breakfast and lunch every day. Yeah, okay.
Yes, however, that is if they are taking full advantage of it. What we have learned is that some students, either they don't get there early enough for breakfast, or a whole host of things are happening that's causing them not to take advantage of their free options, or they don't like the options. And so what we were hearing is that unfortunately, even with the free lunch and breakfast, students are still hungry and can't concentrate in class.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you for your work. I appreciate it. I really do.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Helen?
Hi, thank you for all the work that, Ariel? Thank you for all the work that you do. I was just curious, because I was thinking as you were talking about the high school, does BEEP also participate in our early childhood program and participate in this?
Yes, so starting last year, we included BEEP as well as all of the elementary schools.
Great.
And we
wait,
are,
at-
sorry.
Along with all the elementary schools, you said, correct?
Along with all the elementary schools. So every week I think we're at about 500 right now, bags that are packed and distributed between all the schools, including BEEP.
Great, thank you. And I suppose you can always use donations.
We can always use
Money
donations.
donations or,
We can use money donations, can use food donations, we can use volunteers, just general support, just things like this, like getting the word out. I think a lot of people don't know the extent of what we do or what we're trying, or who and what we're trying to reach. But yes, of course, we are always grateful for donations of any kind.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us. That was very informative, and we greatly appreciate the hard work that you do.
Thank you
And
so
thank you,
much.
Alice, for highlighting this.
Yes, thank you, Alice.
All right, that now brings us to the superintendent's report.
Good evening, everyone. Great to be here with you tonight. We're going to walk you through several items that we've been working on or focused on over the past few weeks. So our agenda for tonight is our community highlights, my school visits, some important dates, and the spotlights on excellence. And before we get into that, we are going to share a special video that our students made for us, and we hope you enjoy.
Yay, time for iftar! Yay, time for iftar! Hi, my name is Noor. My name is Slaika. My name is Ahmed. My name is Yusuf. My name is Musa. My name is Basim. My name is Musa. And today we're going to be telling you about Ramadan. In Ramadan, Muslims fast from sunrise to sunset. Fasting means not eating or drinking or doing bad deeds.
Muslims fast for the whole 30 days of Ramadan.
Fasting is one of the 5 pillars of Islam, alongside believing in God and giving money to those in need, praying and Hajj. We fast to learn how it feels to go hungry, like the millions who go to bed with empty stomachs every night. We also fast to learn self-control. If we can spend a whole day without food and water, we can do anything.
In Ramadan, we give charity and feed others. We also read our holy book, the Quran, and pray extra prayers at night.
We decorate our houses with moons, lanterns, and stars. To have energy for the whole day, we wake up before sunrise and eat a healthy big meal. At night, we break our fast with dates and water, then eat a tasty meal and yummy desserts.
My favorite Ramadan food is a toya.
My favorite food is salad. My favorite Ramadan food is sushi. My favorite Ramadan food is soup. My favorite Ramadan food is ice cream. My favorite Ramadan food is Egyptian mac and cheese. At the end of Ramadan, we celebrate our hard work with 3 days of celebration. The celebration is called Eid al-Fitr. Us kids get even more treats like toys, money, and candy.
Thank you, Betsy, for setting up that video. The Brookline Asian American Family Network was awarded a $6,000 grant from the Brookline Community Foundation to purchase over 400 books representing Asian American Pacific Islanders, authors, illustrators, as well as stories for our 8 K-8 libraries. The school librarians work with BAFN to look at our collections, research the newest and best AAPI books, and develop wish lists. These books will be displayed, read, and reviewed throughout AAPI Heritage Month and in preparation for the town of Brookline's first AAPI Heritage Day, Saturday, May 20th. After a thorough and thoughtful search process led by the interview committee, including parents, guardians, and district staff, and the second round interviews, 2 finalists emerged for the Lawrence principal position. Both candidates, Vanessa Bilelo and Ki Chen, met with Lawrence faculty and Lawrence parents and guardians Tuesday, March 28th, to introduce themselves as well as answer questions. Those who attended the introductory meetings are sharing their feedback through a survey that closes tonight to help guide the final decision. A final announcement will be coming very soon. As far as recently completed visits, I was at BHS Friday the 17th, Pierce the 23rd, Baker yesterday, and then I will be at BHS actually tomorrow for another full day visit, and then I have Lincoln upcoming on Monday. So again, a combination of 2-hour visits where I spend time with the principal, visiting classrooms, checking on instruction, as well as other items that are top of mind for them. And then my all-day visits, which I was at Baker as well as will be at BHS. Those are days where I spend the entire day there talking with students, talking with staff, parents, et cetera, as the day. Typically the parents, of course, are in the mornings or afternoons, but students and staff throughout the day. And I've been getting a lot of feedback, positive feedback from those interactions and engaging with faculty and staff. Wednesday, March 22nd, I visited Beacon Hill with PSB leaders for the Metco Advocacy Day. March 24th, I was honored to be the mystery reader in Mrs. Kiernan's 3rd grade class at Lawrence. Along with BHS Head of School Anthony Meyer and Athletic Director Kyle Williams, I joined the Addressing Hate in School Sports training hosted by DESE, MIAA, MASS, and the Office of the Attorney General. And that happened both Friday, the 24th, as well as Saturday. And then on Saturday evening, March 25th, I joined Brookline Muslim Friends at their 4th annual community iftar held at United Parish. And we just saw an important video about breaking the fast. The public schools of Brookline, our next slide, Betsy. The public schools of Brookline highlights the importance of World Autism Awareness Day, Sunday, April 2nd. This occasion is dedicated to spreading awareness about autism spectrum disorder and helping people understand what autism is. The day brings organizations and people together to promote the research, diagnosis, treatment, and acceptance of those affected by ASD. It is a celebratory day that commemorates the achievement of autistic people, and that is Sunday, April 2nd. Here are a few calendar events that I think we've shared before. Tomorrow is Transgender Day of Visibility. Passover begins April 5th through the 13th. Hanun Jayanti is Wednesday, April 5th. Good Friday, which is a day of low attendance, so therefore no school, it's Friday, April 7th, and then Easter Sunday is April 9th. And last, before we get into our Spotlight on Excellence, remembering Margaret Stern-Strom, the founder of Facing History, and ourselves, and a former Runkle teacher. And with that, I'm going to pass the mic to Helen to offer some remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Guillory. It is actually my honor to speak about Margot Stern-Strom tonight. She died 2 days ago at her home in Brookline, Massachusetts, at the age of 81. She was survived by her son, Adam, and her daughter, Rachel, and has grandchildren in the Brookline public school system. Margot Stern-Strom was a true legend. The impetus for what would be her later life work came from being a 7th and 8th grade social studies and English teacher at the Runkle School for 12 years, from 1970 to 1982. Margot drew on the pain of her Jewish childhood in the Jim Crow South of Memphis, Tennessee, to create Facing History in Ourselves, one of the most widely used Holocaust education programs in American schools. In the spring of 1975, according to Facing History, she and fellow teacher Bill Parsons attended a workshop on the Holocaust and realized how little they taught and how little their students knew about the genocide of Jews during World War II. She and Bill decided to develop a classroom course on tolerance and human behavior that would look at the ideas and events that led to the Holocaust. The superintendent at the time, Bob Sperber, supported their idea, and the school committee voted her project coordinator for the Facing History in Ourselves project in 1980. Both Bill and Margot attempted for 3 years in the mid-'80s to get a grant from the U.S. Department of Education, but were denied funding for their Holocaust curriculum, in part because of the consultants who read the grants and were opposed to the curricula because of right-wing groups such as Phyllis Schlafly's Eagle Forum that objected to the program. However, due to persistent congressional support, due to pressure on the Congress for support for the grants, the program finally broke through in 1989 and began to receive federal funds. During the nearly 40 years Strom spent as head of the nonprofit Facing History in Ourselves until her retirement in 2014, its curriculum expanded into classrooms in all 50 states and more than 100 countries. From that single course, first taught in 1976, Strom built and grew Facing History in Ourselves, an international and professional development organization that today reaches 3 million students each year. In her resignation from Brookline in 1982, she noted that she wanted to serve the relationships with Brookline stakeholders who, in her quote, continue to make being an educator the best of all professions. I knew Margot, and I actually went to the Shiva today and spoke to her kids, and the outpouring from different people, different connections in Brookline. Our principal Euclid was there because he was friends with her son. They went to school together. So it's with great sadness that I give this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. And finally, we want to turn the spotlight on excellence to the Brookline High School Physics Circuit Project. March 17th, I had the honor of joining our 9th grade physics students and teachers as they shared or presented their circuit projects. Students had to build an extremely complex circuit project from scratch in which at least 6 holiday bulbs lit up dimly and brightly, utilizing series parallel circuit diagram design, and that turned on and off many possible challenge switches. The challenge was simple, but the broad array of solutions were a testament to the creativity and inventiveness of the class of 2026. The educators and students had enormous enthusiasm and pride in their work. I was impressed with all of the projects and therefore am pleased to shine the spotlight on excellence tonight on this exciting, engaging, and collaborative experiential curriculum work. Joining us this evening are Ed Weiser, Chair of the BHS Science Department, and BHS Physics teacher Julia Magnan and Jennifer Spencer to tell us a little bit more about this great work. I'll now turn the microphone over to Ed. And before doing that, we asked the students about how excited they were, what was the most exciting point. And a few of them had the pleasure of generating smoke and sparks from some of the circuits that they created. So, but outstanding projects. I was thoroughly impressed with what the students put together and the thoughtfulness in which the educators challenged them at this level. So with that, Ed.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Giller. Yeah, and thank you for coming by to see what we had to to offer, and to Suzanne and to Helen too. It was great to see you there. And also, Dr. Gurley, thank you for noting that that's how the kids learn. Yes, when they cause fires. Because it was interesting because we did a lot of work to make sure the kids understood short circuits, so they knew exactly what was going on right away. But nonetheless, the circuit project, this is something that we've been doing through many iterations over the years, and it's so much better than the pre-made kits that we have had from vendors over the many years because they try to make their kits foolproof, and they're never 100% foolproof, even our own. But it all started with this Build a Kitchen project. It was a pilot in one section many years ago, and then it grew to all of the teachers doing it and the full group with them. It was a great project with some creativity. And then during COVID, we actually sent home at least 500 kits, little Ziploc bags with some batteries, some light bulbs, and we did our best with that to the current iteration which is now a true experience in the experience-based learning unit. And see, and Julia, are you ready to go? Oh, we can't hear you. Nope.
Hello, how's that?
Good.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's come along a really long way, and really, the point I wanted to make was, we kind of started with this hypothesis a bunch of years ago, 6-7 years ago, where we were like, what if we take an entire unit and completely flip it on its head? And instead of starting with like, here's a light bulb, here's how you light it. What if it's just mess around with some stuff, play with these things? How can you make a light bulb light? And then how can you combine multiple bulbs to be dim and bright? And oh, by the way, those have names, series and parallel. And then through this sort of engineering project, it almost makes kids, or forces them maybe perhaps, to want to learn some of the well, why does it work this way? And when I pull bulbs from our many donated strands, why does it work this other way? And so that layers the mathematical sort of treatment on top of it. So it's really become this one unit where we use the project to sort of teach all through the unit. And so we really have worked hard on making something that is so fun, but also really challenging, that students want to learn the physics.
And so what do we do to be able to help them and support them through that process is, one, we put them in teams of kids. So they work collaboratively with each other, but they have their own responsibility. So they are responsible for their own bulbs. They're responsible for explaining how they work, for making them work, and also for putting together what we've referred to as the challenge switches. And these are made from cardboard, paper clips, brads. These are, basic and recycled materials. And we challenge them to make switches that they see in their everyday lives, things like push button switches or slide switches, or a switch that turns on one end of the hallway and then you turn it off on the other end of the hallway. And then students will come up with some crazy creative ideas for different kinds of switches. One group this year came up with a switch to basically have a swing from a tree that then lit a bulb as it crossed through the center. It was a pendulum switch. Another student decided to make a clock and was really wedded to this idea of making a clock where you turn the dial to turn the hours all the way through. And then we challenged him and said, do you think you can make it with minutes? And we didn't have enough time for that. But that was one of a couple of the really fantastic things. Julia, heading over to you.
Oh, thanks. One of the key things with this project is one of the things we're really excited to communicate through, hopefully you see a variety of very different sort of themes, is that when kids get into their groups, we're also using this as their really first pretty vulnerable group building experience in 9th grade, where they've known kids in their class now across, from kids from many, many different elementary schools. And so we've built trust over many months, but this is the first time when they really have to rely on each other to get each other's part of the thing done. But we build in these sort of design moments. So for example, you'll see here, one group, we sort of challenge them right at the beginning to choose a theme that actually is something you all care about. And so it's this almost team building experience where this group on the left, for example, decided, well, we love like carnivals, and like, wouldn't it be amazing and authentic to create, you know, sort of like a day or a carousel or something that when it turns, these lights turn on because it's something we all care about. Or on the right, I can't even imagine what this might be, but perhaps like climbing a mountain with some crazy animals. And so what's amazing about it is they're undergoing this like trust building, team building experience through the design. But then we asked them to almost reflect on it. I'm happy to show you the next slide too. Afterwards, we almost asked them to reflect on the experience. And what so many kids say afterwards is, you know, you have to really trust your people that they're going on their own path. And while I might have like drawn my circuit diagram first, figured that out, used a tool or a sim to figure out what I need to do and then just built it, other kids take this longer process, and yet we all get to the same place in the end. So it's kind of this beautiful, messy, very, you know, sort of engineering design process that's iterative, and yet we all get to a same place and not in the same order.
Right. And so on one of the next slides, there's a video of a student who, oh, there it is, perfect. Kid loves Baltimore Orioles, and they built a strike counter. So see if that plays well. Oh, shoot.
Hold on a second. Let me see if I can get it.
Thank you.
Like that. And then here's a number 2. And then number 3 like that.
No, that's fabulous. Thank you. Love that. Super creative, and that teamwork is what pushed it to that next level. And there was a lot of good circuitry going on in there.
I just want to add one other thing that's amazing is through the share out process, this is one of the first years where we've been able to have all of the presentations across almost every single physics class on the same day. And so it's amazing to like, even after kids have gone through this massive design process on their own and seeing their group members parts of the project, seeing them go up to each other and say, whoa, I didn't even know you could do that. How do you do that? And then having this like physics level sort of dialogue on like, well, how did you build a switch that works in that way, or that turns on these bulbs in that way, in this way that they almost have this new language through their experience of the project to also further understand each other's really like creative and challenging ideas. Back
That's
to you,
brilliant.
Jen.
Yeah, so then this is actually part of the state standards. It's only a few questions that are there, but it's part of the state standards. And so, physics is one of the curricula that have pretty much everything in it. And so we really try to put in a lot of different projects and engineering and expose them to a lot of different kinds of science. And I think I just talked about your section right there.
Oh, that's fine. And the state standards also have the engineering process involved in that, but they obviously don't test it on the exam. But nonetheless, we have found that over the years that our students always outperform the state average. But on this particular standard with electricity and series and parallel circuits, they're obviously really good through their math skills of algebra and working with those numbers, but they do a much better job of understanding series and parallel circuits and the logic behind that throughout all of the demographic subgroups as well. We outperform the state, and our high need students actually outperform the highest need students in the state by the widest margin you could imagine. So I think the last slide is all about the fact that without the community, we actually wouldn't do this as well. The Innovation Fund has been a big part of this journey, and people keep donating their holiday bulbs to us so that we can keep it going, even though we do recycle as many of these bulbs as possible. And I think that's pretty much the presentation in a nutshell. So
I'm happy to add it a little bit more if we want to talk more too. So the students, just to wrap us up, the students also reflect on their process at the very end of the project. And so we ask students to share advice to ninth graders. So I have a couple of samples of students writing about what they loved about the process and also would give advice to ninth graders. Alana Braun-Jones says, help your group mates understand how your own part of the circuit works and watch how everyone else's sections connects to the battery so as to better understand how the project will work as a whole. We ask the students to bring them all together at the end, and they have one battery that they have to share. Annabelle Schneider says, the biggest thing that helped us definitely was communication before each build. We would plan out what we were going to accomplish that day and what part of each of us would play in it. And so with that, we thank you for all of your time, the Innovation Fund support, Dr. Guillory and school committee members for coming through on that day. The kids were so excited to be able to share their fabulous work.
Thank you very much. Any
you.
questions, comments from school committee members? Nancy?
That's okay. How many bulbs, how many lights do you need? I have a lot of lights for you.
I mean, frankly, we need a lot because, we cannot use LED bulbs. It has to be the regular old incandescent bulbs. And those
I might have a lot more bulbs for you now then.
And we honestly will take broken strands. That is actually what we do, is take broken strands, because there's bulbs in there that work. The kids will find them.
Do you care what size they are?
Nope.
There's the,
No, we figured out.
Okay. That's
Take 'em
question
all.
one.
Yeah.
Question
Yeah.
two, how can we help you? Like, how can we support you? How can we help you? This is terrific, by the way. This is amazing. I love that this is collaborative. I love that the kids are learning. This is project-based learning, at its finest. I love that the kids are collaborating with each other in electronic speak. I'm sorry, I love that they're talking to each other in the lingo. This is amazing. This is terrific stuff.
Great, thank you. I don't know, maybe Jenna Julie can speak to this more, but I mean, we do feel like we've been supported greatly from the Innovation Fund, from the community. And I always appreciate that question about how you can help us. I think that moving forward, there are many things that we're still, that are gnawing at us in terms of greater opportunities and accessibility for kids. But this project, I don't even know how we would improve next time. But Jen Spencer and her husband actually designed these 3D printed gizmos so that we could put caps on rechargeable batteries so that they wouldn't short circuit, but some kids didn't use those. And it was an enormous project. So I think it's always this balance between, I think we just need time to be able to do this. So I appreciate the fact that, we've been working on this project for many, many years. So there you go.
Let me know where to drop off the bulbs. Let me know how I get the bulbs to you. I'll back up my SUV to wherever it needs to go.
Everybody knows that if those lights show up at the high school, it comes to us.
Okay, got it. Okay.
The short answer is drop it anywhere and they know where to send it. The long answer is, if anyone's watching at home, I send out a very annoying email that I think some people are like used to getting around the holiday season. Hey, did you take out your bulbs from your basement and they don't work? We'd love them. So keep an eye out for my future badgering.
And this is one of the many projects and things that we do throughout the year. This is the first time we've invited any of the community to come in. So we hope that we'll be able to offer that again with some of the other projects that we do throughout the year. So I think your support in person is also really helpful to the kids. It's nice for them to be able to show off their skills.
Definitely, absolutely. Please invite the community, and we will all come.
Stephen?
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks so much for this presentation. I think it was also the second presentation in as many school committees that featured a hands-on pedagogy. So it's really interesting to see all the innovation coming out of PSB around hands-on pedagogies. The thing that really was interesting to me about your presentation in particular is that with hands-on pedagogy at the secondary level, it's not just about standards-based competencies, but I think also around giving kids a leg up on exploring identity formation, where so they could start to think about themselves as an engineer or as a STEM professionals. So what I'm always curious about with hands-on pedagogy at the secondary level is leave behinds for these kinds of activities, because I feel like you're exposing them to professional pathways by kind of triggering some of the thoughts around identity formation. So for those, I'm assuming some kids probably verbalized their thoughts around, I could see myself as an engineer, or I'm someone who likes to do this sort of thing, or I want to explore more of this. What kind of resources do you give to students who want to continue to explore opportunities relating to design thinking to engineering, programming, etc.
Well, so we're so lucky to
Very
have
cool.
an incredible list of like just incredible course selection. So through this project, we do a lot of dropping of like, hey, if you love coming in for an hour a day and like building and creating and designing and struggling and succeeding, like take our engineering classes. Aubrey Love does incredible things with both 9th grade, 10th grade students, and then this amazing sort of like 11th and 12th grade block and a half long course. So that's just like opportunities at the high school, as well as our incredible visual arts department, who has a lot of opportunities. And Ed does an
Absolutely.
incredible job, although I don't know that he'd say it, like curating a lot of summer opportunities and putting that up
We're
on
working on it.
our BHS Science website and sending it out through the sort of Canvas announcement channels that students check daily. So we do a lot of work on trying to get kids into places around here in Boston and our greater community.
And so I'm actually sitting in the room 105 at the STEM wing with some 3D printed leftovers. Here's a whole 3D printed, it's a little bit of chainmail. It's very complicated. And they start with making a switch plate, but this is my favorite, 3D printed flower. Beautiful.
And I think Jen would be pretty upset if I didn't also use your question as an opportunity. Thank you so much to also say, like, while this project is an incredible engineering project, we also do a lot of skill building around skills that, again, aren't necessarily part of the standards, specifically around programming. So we start our kids in the very early, parts of the year, getting them to get comfortable with spreadsheets, not just for data collection in terms of tables, but in terms of writing functions to do mathematical analysis for them. And again, not just like using them to make graphs, but actually like do large data set computations. And so the more we look at this as like an iterative skill that we try to build opportunities on in the rest of the year. And it's amazing to see like how many times kids will be like, ugh, I don't want to calculate this. I'm just going to whip out a spreadsheet and get, like a computer to calculate all of this for it. All of it for us. And then our good colleague, Tyler Brown, is really starting to think about like, how can we, and again, just sort of like at the experimental phase, like how can we incorporate actual programming, so more like Python type coding languages into the physics curriculum. And we're at the, beginning stages of it, but like to do a purpose, because actual scientists and engineers use code and use software to solve problems, to model the real world, to like, be able to see something computationally that we can't see, in physical life. And so we're still, I think, working a lot and hoping to get more time to really build those skills too throughout other projects or other units through the year.
Thanks a lot.
We are just 3 representatives of the entire physics department. The varied skills that we have and the varied connections that folks have throughout the physics department and the larger science department is pretty large. So in terms of connecting kids to different things, we try to think of all of the things, but if folks have different ideas of opportunities, please, definitely let us know. And we'd be happy to pass them along to kids.
But I think for me, the really exciting takeaway from those responses is that there's actually a specific hands-on learning pathway that BHS offers for kids who get really excited about that course. Like they can graduate, say,
Absolutely.
to 3D printing. There are other specific things they could do next after this course. They can, that if something gets sparked in them, they can tend to that flame over further opportunities at BHS.
And this circuit project is actually, it's very much aligned with our course selection process. So just as they send you to the circuit.
Is it funding dependent, that pathway, or are there just, Ellen's shaking her head no. So that's just available. That's exciting to me. Thanks.
Great, thank you.
Ellen?
So just to answer your question first, the Innovation Fund funded the first Engineering by Design course, so sort of, designing it, figuring the curriculum and all that. And then it just took off, so that became 2 courses, and now I understand there are 3, correct? Engineering by Design courses. So
yes, and, the introductory one is a semester, available to all grades. Yeah.
But I just, first of all, I wanted to thank you. I know Suzanne was there with me too. This was the most exciting. It just made my day coming in and seeing all these projects. It really did. You talk to the children, you see what they're able to put together, the creativity. This, I think, was certainly a physics project, but to me it was a STEAM project because it
Absolutely.
included the arts. You know, some of them were incredibly creative with ski slopes and Ferris wheels, et cetera. And the way they put them together was really pretty impressive. The one other thing that I could say is that, so I asked one of the kids, you know, what did you learn from this project? And he said, persistence. You know, and I thought, gee, that's really, if we can teach that to children, that you just keep on trying and trying till you get it, we've made it. So.
Great. Right. Thanks,
you.
Helen. I
Thank you
appreciate
to
that.
the teachers
Really meant-
who all allowed us into your classrooms, and thank you to you, Ed, for doing this.
You're very welcome. Yeah, they did an amazing job, and it was great to see you. Great.
Anyone else? All right, back to you, Dr. Guillory.
Thank you. And with that, the Public Schools of Brookline Spotlight on Excellence is awarded to the Brookline High School physics team with sincere appreciation for your dedication to designing and teaching the physics circuit project that provides a challenging, engaging, and collaborative learning opportunity for our 9th grade students. Congratulations to you all.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for joining us and for that presentation. And next up, we have public comment, and no one has signed up for public comment. So we will then move on to presentations and discussions of current issues, using data to support instructional objectives. And first up will be a panorama update.
Good evening, Chair Perlman, members of the school committee, and Dr. Guillory. I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Matthew Dubois, our Assistant Director of Guidance, Clinical Services, and Social Emotional Learning, who will present on students' social, emotional, and mental health. And then Michelle Herman, Senior Director of Teaching and Learning K-8, who will present on the Fall-Winter Literacy Screener M-Class. These data offer the district valuable information to support instructional decision-making. Having a pulse on students' academic and social emotional needs shines a light on the core of our work. We have a total of 75 minutes for both presentations. So I'd love to now introduce Dr. Matt Dubois.
Thanks, Grace. I'm going to share my screen. And I just want to sort of call out Julia and Jen for sort of describing the work they're just doing in the classroom. We talk a lot about this idea of embedding SEL into academic instruction, and Julia and Jen just gave a beautiful example of what that can look like. As Grace said, I'm going to give an overview of our most recent round of universal screening, and I'm really appreciative of being able to have time this evening to do so. As folks might appreciate from previous presentations, I'm going to give out quite a bit of information over the next 20 or so minutes, but I want to make sure that we have time at the end for folks to ask any questions or to offer any comments or thoughts that they have about any part of this work. As a reminder, these are the 6 areas that we measure within our universal screening work. For time this evening, I'm going to really narrow our focus to school belonging, to supportive relationships, and more specifically on the percentage of kids who can identify a safe adult at school. And then I'll offer some updates regarding kids' experiences of both unpleasant and pleasant emotions. What I also want to offer is that we're going to narrow the focus to grades 3 through 12. So in those grades, kids are self-reporting about their experiences at school, and they complete that survey in the fall, the winter, and the spring. And so the reason why we measure these areas, because they give us a really, really good understanding for kids' overall mental health and their overall social and emotional development. And we know that each of these areas, they impact kids' ability to do well in school. When we take a step back and we sort of think, what is it that we want to know about kids' mental health? What do we know? What do we want to know about their social and emotional development? We need to be really interested in understanding their social and emotional skills. We just talked a little bit about persistence, super important skill. We want to know kids' ability to form really healthy and meaningful relationships. We want to know kids' ability to feel a really intense, unpleasant emotion and to navigate it skillfully. We also want to have a really good understanding of kids' emotional experiences. And as we're looking at that, we want to have a good understanding of both pleasant emotions, so feeling excited, feeling happy, feeling hopeful, and then also kids' experiences of unpleasant emotions, like feeling worried or frustrated and lonely. And then finally, we need to be deeply interested in understanding kids' access to protective factors, things like having strong school belonging, having a safe adult at school. What we're increasingly understanding is that when kids experience challenges within the context of protective factors, they're far more likely to navigate those challenges in such a way that they come out the other side of them with stronger skills. So that is really, really fundamental in understanding kids' experiences. Within our schools, our school teams are using all of the data from the universal screening to understand how to support kids better. The two areas that gain the most amount of focus within our schools right now are around school belonging and kids being able to identify a safe adult at school. And what I want to offer is that we are on really strong ground to be focusing on and to be prioritizing these areas. What we know from research and certainly from lived experience is that school belonging and supportive relationships have this really meaningful influence on academic performance. And when I say the statement that school belonging is a meaningful predictor of academic performance, it's not uncommon for me to then be asked, so why does that relationship exist? And what I want to offer at a high level is that school belonging influences the cognitive processes that are involved in learning. Down below here, you see an image of the Yerkes-Dodson law. And this is something that we've understood for a very long time in kids as well as in adults, is that our level of stress has this really meaningful influence on our capacity to perform. When we apply this to the classroom, what we're really sort of thinking about is that kids' level of stress, their emotional experiences in the classroom, and their capacity to learn. And what we know is that the complete absence of stress isn't particularly effective for helping support learning. There's actually the sweet spot of stress that's sort of depicted here in this green zone. And when you ask kids to describe, what does it feel like when you're in that space? I bet a lot of kids are going to describe what they felt like during that circuit project we just saw. There's sort of this idea that kids are feeling safe, they're feeling supported and challenged, maybe a little bit worried, maybe a little bit stressed, right? But they're sort of conceptualizing that challenge as something that they can navigate. When kids are hanging out in those tails, particularly in the right side of that tail there where they're feeling overly stressed, it's really important to know that a part of our brain called the limbic system is activated. And the limbic system does not do a particularly good job at helping support academic learning. Actually, in many ways, it's sort of incompatible. When kids are in that green zone, we actually get a flood of dopamine to the prefrontal cortex, and that's where kids do their best learning, right? That's where kids are able to concentrate and focus and be flexible and persist, right? A couple of weeks ago in the middle school review, we talked about this idea of instructional minutes and how important they are for supporting academic learning. And that's absolutely true. An additional layer I want to put on top of this is this idea that we also need to be interested in the number of minutes in which kids are able to actively and meaningfully engage in high quality evidence-based instruction. And so we really need to be interested in the number of minutes each day in each class period that kids are hanging out in that green zone. And so in layering school belonging onto this idea, we know that school belonging has this really meaningful impact on what kids' experiences are within the classroom, where they're going to hang out on this curve. You can sort of play this out in your own lives. When you enter a space where you believe deeply that you belong, it has this really meaningful emotional regulation property to it. And we know that students with really strong school belonging are likely to spend most class periods, most school days hanging out in that zone. In contrast, when you walk into a space where you're questioning your belonging or you feel like you don't belong, you're very likely to hang out in those tails. And so it's going to have this really meaningful impact on your ability to benefit from instruction. Where you are on this curve is also going to influence how it is that you perceive, interpret, and respond to challenges. As we just saw within the work that Julie and Jen just did, we want to challenge children. That is incredibly important for learning and for supporting skill development. When I present to you a challenge when you're in this green zone, you're very likely to interpret it as something that you can work through, something that you can navigate. When you are presented with a challenge when you're hanging out in those tails, you're far more likely to interpret it as a threat, and that's not going to help support learning in the ways that we want it to. And so for us, given this really meaningful impact that school belonging has on our brains and our ability to learn, it's really important that we're thinking about school belonging not as a luxury item, As we talk about school belonging, we don't think, oh, well, wouldn't that be nice if we were to achieve equity in our school belonging data? We're sort of conceptualizing this as a necessary precursor in creating the foundational experiences that help support learning, right? School belonging creates the conditions to allow kids to do their very best learning. In a moment, I'm going to present some school belonging data. And with that, some of the discrepancies that we've observed across time in those data. And you're going to see that they're going to mirror very closely some of the discrepancies we've seen in our academic outcome data. And that isn't a coincidence. That's additional evidence for how school belonging influences kids' academic development and how it influences their academic performance. As I go through our updates from the winter, I think a lot of this is going to feel pretty familiar to the update that I provided in December. And at a high level, what I really want people to take away from this is that we're increasingly seeing more kids being able to identify a safe adult at school. We're seeing increasingly more students being able to endorse strong school belonging. And although we're seeing those increases across all student groups, we are continuing to see significant disparities in that outcome. We're seeing fewer students reporting to almost always or frequently feeling worried. And then we're seeing similar levels of pleasant feelings, things like hope and happiness. And so again, I'm gonna dig into each of these a little bit more, but if you have any questions at the end, feel free to ask me. And so starting with our school belonging data, this slide has quite a bit of data on it. But what you're observing is mean school belonging across grade level, across time. So we're seeing 2.5 years of data here. And to remind folks, we measure school belonging across a 1 to 5 scale. There are multiple items that go into this composite. A mean score of 3.5 or higher indicates strong school belonging. So that's where that dotted line is set. And so, as you can see across time, we've seen these really important increases in school belonging across all grades. And so that's a really, really important thing for us to name, and we should absolutely celebrate that. Another way that we look at these data or looking at what is the percentage of kids who are endorsing strong school belonging. And it was important for us to understand here, there's a continuum, right? And we can sort of categorize this as high school belonging, medium school belonging, and low school belonging. And for us, it's never enough to just, I think we have about 3% of kids with that low school belonging area. We need to be deeply interested in the percentage of kids who are sitting in that green space on this chart, right? That's where school belonging becomes this asset, becomes a protective factor for helping supporting kids' engagement in school. To give an example, if you are strong in your school belonging and you're experiencing challenges, you're far more likely to attend school and to access those supports to then help you navigate those challenges. And so you see across time, we've seen these nice increases, pretty stable from the fall and the winter. That's not super surprising to me that we've seen these pretty rapid increases over time. So as we're getting closer to 100%, we're not there, but as we get closer to 100%, we would anticipate a little bit of flattening in terms of these data. What I also want to offer, and this is going to apply to multiple pieces of data that we look at, there isn't necessarily a gold standard in terms of the percentage of kids that we want to be sitting high in these areas. Conceptually, when we think about multi-tiered systems of supports, we're always shooting for at least 80% of kids achieving our benchmarks. So in this case, it would be 80% of kids reporting strong school belonging. For that gives us really good evidence that our tier 1 programming is working for kids. And then it also allows us to use our resources really efficiently for helping kids who are not quite there yet. We do observe differences in school belonging across grade levels. And so in grades 3 through 5, we're seeing a 75% of kids being able to endorse strong school belonging. That's pretty similar from what we saw in the fall, but that was a pretty significant increase from what we observed last year. In the middle school, that number is lower, it's sitting at 65%. And that number was pretty similar to what we saw in the fall, but that was an increase from what we saw last year. You'll notice obviously that there's a decrease here, right? We're going from 75 to 65%. And then again, in the high school, the number is 56%. And what I want to offer is that plays out a lot in the research where we see school belonging typically peak in elementary school and then decline as kids get into middle school and high school. And there's likely some structural reasons for that, for how school is experienced by kids, right? You're moving from class to class, and you're not spending as much time with the same group of people. And so that has an impact on school belonging. And there's also some developmental things that are going on for kids. But across these three areas, we're seeing pretty similar increases, pretty similar levels from the fall. But again, in the fall, we observed these nice increases from last year. As I introduced in December, and it just sort of noted before, we should celebrate the fact that we're seeing these increases across time, but it's really important to pay attention to that once kids hit middle school, we're seeing these really meaningful discrepancies in school belonging. And so you see here that we're seeing these differences based on race and ethnicity. We're seeing that based on participation in STEPS and in special education and in MECO. And again, here, a lot of these discrepancies we've talked about in relation to our academic outcome data. And again, we're seeing it here with our school belonging data. And what I want to offer is, I know Janae in this space and Hae Young have talked about school belonging in terms of their equity work. And this is a really important space where there's intersectionality with social emotional learning and equity. And it's a space that we talk about a lot because we know that in many ways, it's sort of the North Star in understanding how this impacts kids' ability to benefit from instruction. And so this is a thing that we're going to continue to work at for all kids. In going into having a safe adult at school, the way that we measure this question is that we ask kids, if you have a challenge, is there an adult at school that you can go to? Then after students answer that question, if they say yes, we ask them to identify who those adults are. And it's great to see kids oftentimes naming multiple adults. And then those adults we really want to make sure are available for kids when they're experiencing a challenge. And so we see, particularly last year, in regard to the year before that, we saw these nice increases in our safe adult data. Right now, we're sitting at 75% of kids across the district are able to identify a safe adult at school. And we do see some differences in these data across student groups. And so to celebrate, kids in STEPS, kids in special education, kids in MECO are more likely to be able to identify a safe adult. When you look at those data and sort of see who are kids identifying, it's really common for them to be naming adults within their programs or adults who are providing them support. And so it's this really good evidence. This is really good feedback on the power of those supports for kids. On the inverse of that, we are observing kids who are AAPI and kids who are Latinx being slightly less likely to be able to identify a safe adult. And when we think about why that might be, we know that the percentage of kids in our buildings who are AAPI, kids who are Latinx, that does not match the percentage of adults in our buildings who are Latinx and who are AAPI. And so I know Janae has talked about the importance of hiring and maintaining educators of color and educators who are AAPI. And so this is additional evidence on the potential power of what that work can do for kids. We do observe some differences in our safe adult data across grades. So in grades 3 through 5, we're sitting at 82% of kids. And again, as we're getting closer to 100%, and that's our aspirational goal, as we get closer to that, we're going to expect a flattening of these increases across time. But right now, we're sitting at 82% for grades 3 through 5. In middle school, that number is 70%. And in the high school, that number is 74%. It was pretty interesting to see within our high school data. I didn't break it down here, but typically in 9th grade, because all the adults in a child's life is new, that's typically where we see the greatest dip in kids being able to identify a safe adult. But by the time kids get into 12th grade, it's approaching like 80% of kids are once again able to identify a safe adult. And so that's the power of the relationships that a lot of kids are forming within the high school across time. All right, and so the last two areas I'm going to talk about are kids' experiences of unpleasant feelings and pleasant feelings. As we're teaching kids about their emotions and we're helping kids develop healthy relationships with their emotions, we really want kids to understand that occasionally feeling moderate levels of unpleasant emotions is really normal, it is really healthy, it is really important for kids' development. We want kids to understand and really appreciate that when we think about positive mental health, we're really talking about this idea that you're having emotional experiences that are matching the situation, both in intensity, so how big the feeling is and how long it lasts for. When we start becoming worried for kids, we're using an emotion word there, are when kids are reporting to almost always or frequently feeling unpleasant emotions for durations that last 2 weeks or longer. We know that chronicity of unpleasant feelings can really have a negative impact on kids' functioning. And so when we look at these data, we see that those experiences, those chronic experiences of unpleasant feelings, are not equally distributed across students. And so there's a lot of information there, right? So we're seeing some differences, again, based on race, based on participation in MECO, special education, STEPS, being an English learner. And so thinking about why that might be, we're sort of thinking that there are probably some additional stressors that are going on for kids, both potentially at school and outside of school. And thinking about, and so within this area, we measure things like worry, feeling lonely, feeling sad, feeling frustrated. The feeling and the emotion that we've thought a lot about over the past 3 years with kids are experiences of worry and anxiety. We've definitely, as a nation, seen increases in those areas. For us, when we're looking at the percentage of kids who are reporting to almost always or frequently feeling worried, in grades 3 through 5, the number is at 10%. That is very similar to what we saw in the fall, but in the fall, we observed a decline from what we observed last year. In the middle school, that number is at 18%, which was a slight decline from the fall, which was a decline from last year. And then at the high school, the number is at 34%. Again, that's a very slight decrease from the fall, which was a decrease from last year, right? And so overall, we are observing some decreases in the percentage of kids who are reporting to almost always or frequently feeling worried. And then again, as we're sort of thinking about this overall understanding of a kid's mental health, we need to be just as interested in their experiences of pleasant emotions. To give an example, if you're a kiddo who is often worried, but at the same time, you're often hopeful, that's a much better place to be in than if you're feeling really anxious, really worried, and you're not hopeful. So when we think about kids in reporting to almost always or frequently feeling these unpleasant emotions, again, we're seeing very similar differences in what we observed for unpleasant emotions, right? So there's differences in things like feeling loved and feeling safe and feeling happy and feeling hopeful. And again, when we're thinking about why that might be, we're sort of thinking it's probably some environmental things that are going on for kids, again, potentially at school and outside of school. And what I want to offer is that these are data that school teams are really responding to, right? So when a child's reporting that I am almost always worried, I'm not feeling hopeful, I'm not feeling happy, these are data that school teams are using to provide kids additional support. So in breaking down two feelings I sort of want to comment on here, in grades 3 through 5, we see almost 80% of kids reporting to almost always or frequently feeling happy. And that's been pretty stable across time. You see only 2 data points here for hopefulness. And the reason for that is that tends to be a more abstract emotion for kids to comment on. To address this, we introduced a mini lesson that kids go through before taking the survey to help them answer this question. And so about 60% of kids report to almost always or frequently feeling hopeful in that grade band. Moving to the middle school, it's 76% of kids almost always or frequently feeling happy. Relatively similar, a slight decrease from the fall, but that's an increase from last year. And then feelings of hope are maybe slightly up this year relative to last year. And that's number is sitting around 60%. And then finally, in the high school, it's around 70% of kids reporting to almost always or frequently feeling happy. Really similar to what we saw in the fall, but that was a slight increase from what we observed last year. And then feeling hopeful is at 56% of kids. And that's been pretty static across time. So that's a ton of information to sort of collapse it. So what we're observing are increases in protective factors. That's really, really important. We're seeing some decreases in unpleasant feelings. Pleasant feelings pretty steady. But I really want to sort of drive home here is that even if emotional experiences remain unchanged, and we're dramatically increasing access to protective factors, that's a much better place to be in. Now, ideally, right, we're addressing both at the same time, but although we still have a lot of work to do, we are sort of moving in the right direction for kids. A couple of limitations I do want to note here. Our response rate for the survey in our elementary schools is really strong. In most schools, we're sitting around 95% of kids are taking the survey. When I offer that number to colleagues in other districts, they're really jealous that we're able to achieve that. And I think this is really important comment on how important people believe this survey is and how useful they feel like this information is in supporting kids. What is always the case when you do universal screening district-wide for all grades, we do have a lower completion rate at the high school. And so that number is around 65%. Myself and Emily McGinnis, who runs the advisory program, we were thinking a lot about continuing to really help kids understand why they're being asked to complete the survey, and really helping them understand what we do with the information and how it's so important that their voices are being heard as we're sort of building supports. And so we're really continuing to think about how we can support kids to take the survey. When I dig in to think about who is taking the survey and who isn't, I haven't found anything yet that is super predictable in that. And so I do have some comfort in generalizing those 65% of kids to the general BHS community, but that is something that I want to continue to look at. But I also want to name, and this is really important, is that we do not have disaggregated data for students who are LGBTQ+. And that's important for a variety of reasons. It's really important that we have a really accurate understanding of their experiences at school, and that's going to help inform what supports they might need, and then allows us to evaluate the impact of those supports across time. What I do want to offer is that in May, students in middle school to the high school are going to compute behaviors. Youth is many of the same areas that I just described here, and students are able to offer information on sexual. We're going to analyze those data in summer, and I'm sure at some point offer updates to the community about that. And so as I mentioned, schools are increasingly being really comfortable in using these data to support students. It's really common for school counselors and for teachers to look at whole class, look at their whole class data, and then to use that information to really drive their tier 1 SEL support. So for example, if they observe they have 8 in their class who all have needs regarding emotional regulation, that's then going to inform what their tier 1 SEL instruction looks like. We also share out information within a lot of adults within the building about which kids are able to identify a safe adult and which kids aren't. And there's a lot of teacher-led interventions that are really meant to help kids identify classroom teachers as their safe adult. Really common within our schools for our clinical staff to use this information to identify kids who can benefit from therapeutic groups, so like a social skills group or a worry group. And then we're using this information to help identify kids who need individual counseling. The last thing,
you're on the past slide, and
yeah, Val,
you can go back to the other slide.
This one?
Nope, sorry, the one where I think you were talking about YRBS data,
Yep,
but
this one, yep.
couldn't really, your audio was off, so we couldn't.
Oh,
really.
sure. Yeah. So sorry. So I will repeat that. Yeah. So what I mentioned here is that we do not have disaggregated data for kids who are LGBTQ+. And that is really important, right? So we want to be able to have this information to understand and really to inform the supports that we're offering kids, and then to have a really good understanding of the impact of those supports across time. And so in May, we're going to administer the Youth Risk Behavior Survey to students in middle school and in high school. And that survey measures many of the same areas that the universal screening, the data just offered measure. And then students are also able to offer data about their gender and sexual identity. And so we're going to be able to disaggregate these data in really powerful ways. And I'm hopeful to be able to present that information to the larger school community so we have a really good understanding of those kids' experiences. So the final thing I just want to name here is that what's sort of interesting to me, so on March 12th, 2020, so the day before things shut down, I was actually sitting on a panel, and the panel was about the mental health crisis that we're currently in with kids. And obviously the next day, everything shut down. And so the pandemic certainly didn't introduce the mental health crisis that we're in, but it has absolutely intensified it. And the intensity of the needs of our kids in our buildings with the highest level of social and emotional need have never been higher. The investment that we've had in our adjustment counselors has been so pivotal, has been so critical in allowing us to meet the needs of all kids. And what I want to offer is that because we have our adjustment counselors supporting kids with the highest level of need, that allows our school counselors to do a really important work within tier 1 SEL instruction, and to really be thinking about preventing challenges with kids. As we're thinking about meeting this moment and in the years to come, it's really important that we're both thinking about prevention and response. We really want to be thinking about these experiences that can help prevent more significant social emotional challenges in kids. And then when those challenges do emerge, that we have the resources to respond to them. And so the way that our clinical teams are built right now, it's really allowing us to both do that prevention work and that response work. And so I know I just presented a ton of information. It sounds like I might have cut out a little bit too. So if any folks have any questions about anything I presented, feel free to ask, and I'll stop sharing.
All right, thank you very much for that presentation. Who would like to go first with questions or comments? Stephen?
Thanks for that presentation, Matt. You mentioned that we're still in a mental health crisis. Is there a definition of that mental health crisis? And is there a way that the data you presented can show us that mental health crisis, and what would it look like to exit that mental health crisis?
Yeah, it's a beautiful question, Stephen. So typically we're thinking about that on the sheer number or percentage of kids who meet criteria for a mental health diagnosis. And so we think about the last decade. So the percentage of kids, for example, who are meeting criteria for an anxiety diagnosis or a major depressive diagnosis, that has increased significantly. Right?
So then maybe I should rephrase that question to ask you, how does SEL surveying interface with mental health crisis? Is there a way that it shows up in the SEL data?
Yeah, so we're not surveying on any symptoms that are directly correlated with a mental health diagnosis. The closest version of that is looking at kids' emotional experiences. So for example, when we think about something like an anxiety disorder diagnosis, we would be thinking about how often are you feeling worried? When we think about something like a depression diagnosis, we would be thinking about feeling hopeful or feeling sad. So those are the closest versions to that. What we're really trying to be thinking about within this survey is not just those emotional experiences, but thinking about the skills and the environmental protectors that will allow all kids, including kids with mental health diagnoses, navigate their emotional experiences more successfully. Because we think about when kids do have a mental health diagnoses, when we think about what we want kids to come away with from therapy, it's those really strong social emotional skills in lifting up and increasing access to protective factors. And so for us, when I talk about that idea of that prevention-based space, so explicitly teaching kids how to identify their feelings, teaching kids how to regulate strong feelings, that's meant for all kids. And it's particularly helpful for kids who will eventually come to present with a mental health diagnosis.
Suzanne?
Thank you, David. Thank you, Matt, for this. I have a lot of questions, but I'll just start with one or two. So I think I heard you say that you take a look at the whole class data and then think about your tier one practices, best practices at tier one. Is that right? Is that what you do?
Yep.
And so my question is, what happens, how do you get to tier two or tier three? And how do we share that with families? If families were concerned, would they contact you, contact the school? Just kind of walk me beyond tier one, if you would.
That's great. Yeah. So, and just to be really specific for the community. So we're talking about tier two, tier three. So in general, within the mental health space, we're thinking about small group therapeutic interventions for kids, right? So that might be 5 kids who are coming together to work on social skills or to focus on skills that are going to help them manage worry. And we're thinking about tier 3, typically we're thinking about individual counseling for kids. And so school teams are absolutely able to use the data that I just described here, right? So kids are commenting on their emotional regulation skills. Kids are, again, they're talking about their emotional experiences. And so this is a really good way to identify kids who could benefit from that additional support. Every building has a clinical team. On that clinical team sits our school counselors or adjustment counselors and our school psychologists. And so it's really common for either a classroom teacher or for a parent to reach out to one of those people and describe a concern. And usually there's some collaboration that goes back and forth and sort of thinking about, based on the student's need, what's going to be the best match for a kiddo. And I would say a lot of times based on the needs of kids, that tier 2 intervention where kids are coming together to work on a skill is oftentimes a best match for kids.
And do we use child study teams to take a look at some of this? I mean, is that would be an appropriate place for? a teacher
no,
to bring someone of concern or?
Absolutely, yeah. And I would say what's powerful about that process as well is that it's not uncommon for kids to have received one type of mental health intervention, and maybe they didn't respond to it in the ways that we want to, and then being presented to child study team to be thinking about, are there additional strategies that we can be thinking about? Again, when we're thinking about mental health interventions, there's certainly the supports that are happening within a clinician's office. When we think about mental health interventions, we also need to be thinking about the generalization piece, right? So kids are learning a set of skills with the clinician, and they then need to generalize those skills out into the classroom, right? Those skills are meant to help kids function, to help support their learning, right? And so that child study team is actually a really important, helpful process to be getting every adult on a child's team on the same page for thinking about how they can support the child day in and day out.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you for your work. It's so important.
Andy?
Yeah, so Matt, could I ask you to go even a bit further into these clinical teams that you've been describing? So you said toward the end of your presentation that they've been designed so that they can engage both in prevention and in response. Do you mind just elaborating more on just the thinking behind that, and in particular, the precise role of the school adjustment counselors in that group?
Awesome. Well, thank you, Andy, for that. So that's really, really important. So in general, so in our clinical teams, we have school psychologists, we have adjustment counselors, and we have school counselors. Some people might have used the word guidance counselor to describe them, but we use the term school counselor. And so what we're really thinking about is that we want kids to actively learn before challenges emerge, right? We want kids to have a really, really strong set of social and emotional skills that they can apply to any situation that they might find themselves in. And so what our school counselors do, and most schools have 3 of them that are based on grade band, so a K-2, a 3-5, and a 6-8 counselor. And so they're doing a lot of tier 1 work where they're pushing into classrooms and they're consulting with teachers, they're leading whole class SEL lessons. Sometimes they'll do rotating groups for all kids to focus on belonging or some additional skills, but their goal is to provide support to all kids. Then of course, we're going to know, just like the academic space, that there are going to be some kids that are going to need additional support. And so what our adjustment counselors do is they're typically working with kids individually in individual counseling, or small groups of kids in that tier 2 space, right? And so that division of labor, right, allows kids, when they're presenting with higher levels of need, to get exactly what they need. And at the same time, we're making sure that all kids are having access to experiences that are going to lower the likelihood of them needing those more intensive services. What we know is that when that prevention lags, over time, more and more children are going to come to need more intense services, right? And anytime we can prevent challenges, that's way better for child development, right? And so being able to have really robust supports in both of those spaces has been really, really important. Andy, was that an okay amount of granularity in that?
Yeah, that was really helpful. The third group you mentioned were the psychologists. So how did they fit in?
I am a school psychologist by training, so it's bad on me for forgetting that group. So as people appreciate, our school psychologists do a lot of assessment of children. Every single one of our psychologists also has a counseling caseload. And so they're typically working with kids who have counseling services on their IEPs. And so really, again, so all 3 of those folks working together is really helping us support all kids.
Nancy?
I have so many questions. I'll try to hit the best one. So how, because I have to admit, I'm a little uncomfortable by what was presented here. How do we stack up? Maybe this will help against, like, across Massachusetts. How are the kids doing? How are the, I feels like the kids are not okay, Matt. I mean, a very alarming statistics, 74% of the 9 to 12th graders can't even identify a safe adult.
So that's 74% can, sorry. So 74% of kids can identify.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, can. I'm sorry. That still leaves 26% of our high school that cannot identify a safe adult, which I think should be a very basic trust, element of trust. Just one safe adult in the entire school. That bothers me a lot. I think it was a little bit better from the winter. It bothered me in the winter, and it bothers me now. Alice, I'm not going to put you on the spot, but I'll talk to you after because Alice is in high school and I don't mean to, I'm not going to corner you, but I'd love you to comment on some of this too. If you can, you could say no, that's okay. Um, uh, I don't know, so I don't know, that was a lot. And I just have a million questions and I have to say, I'm worried. I mean, the numbers are better, but the kids don't, it doesn't feel like the kids are all right. And then do we have any qualitative information? And hopefully it's all anonymous. But do we have any reasons why? I mean, 65% is not, I'm nervous. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah. So to answer, and so am I. So in living in this space, right, you're spot on, right? We definitely have a lot of work to do, right? And so as I present this, I do have hope and that it's better, and we're certainly not where we want to be. That's absolutely the case, right? And it's been the case for a decade that we've been in this really, really challenging space. Now, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, we do stack up very favorably with other communities. And so I didn't offer it here, but there are some norm sort of national averages that Panorama offers. And so our safe adult data and our school belonging data stack up really strongly. Like our data are higher than like 80 to 90% of schools, right? But for me, the really important thing is understanding within our district, is that really the goal that we're setting for ourselves, right? And I think we should have stronger expectations than that, right? And so again, so it's great that we are increasing over time, but Nancy, you're spot on that we have a lot of work that we want to continue to do.
And forgive me, I don't mean to be a glasses. I'm hopeful. I'd like to be a hopeful person.
Yeah.
On that spectrum there.
Yeah.
But have we dug into why? Have we asked why they don't feel like they can identify even one?
Yeah. So what kids will and kids give beautiful answers to these questions, right? Well, what kids will typically say is that when adults see them as more than just a student within their classroom, that is infinite. That is so important for them, right? And so that's the experience that we're really trying to offer for kids, right? That the adults in their buildings see them for entirely who they are. And what I do want to offer in sort of offering what we do with these data. So after each round of surveying, every single school and our clinical team then sort of pushes it out to staff, but every single school receives a list again of kids who are able to identify a safe adult and kids who are not able to, right? And then we want to put that information in all adults' hands, right? So we're taking a team approach and helping support that kid. And what I want to offer here is that it is a beautiful experience observing both when an adult is named as a safe adult and how powerful that is for them, and when they don't get named as a safe adult. But it's beautiful that we have a lot of educators who kind of take it personally, which I kind of want, right? Because they want so badly to be that safe adult. And so we have a lot of adults who are going to continue to be pretty stubborn in this space and continue to work on it. And so I don't blame you at all for looking at that and being like, that's not great, because it's not, right? We have a lot of mental health needs that we continue in the district. I do feel pretty confident that we are positioning ourselves to meet this across time. The last 3 years have been incredibly challenging.
Yeah, I know. I know.
But I do feel like we do have a lot of structures in place that are going to continue to impact this positively across time.
And can you report on any of the quality? So I'm sorry if you answered this. Do you have any qualitative data that you can share about some of the kids that don't feel or do not feel like they belong, or don't feel safe? Is it like fear of retaliation? Is it fear of what is that?
So it's the idea. So when we break, so the questions themselves, and kids will comment on this qualitatively, it's this big idea that I just feel like people don't understand me, or I just feel like people are not really interested in me as more than just a student in my classroom. Right? It's sort of that feeling piece of like, when I look around my spaces, I feel like there are people who are deeply interested in my entireness as a human, right? So that's what kids are sort of describing there. And that exists both with the adults in their lives and also with their peers. What I also want to offer, as I didn't describe it here, we ask kids 3 supportive relationship questions. We ask kids, do you have a safe adult at school? Do you have a peer at school that you can go to when you're having a challenge? And do you have an adult outside of school that you can go to? When we ask kids that outside of school question, well over 90% of kids say yes. When you ask kids about a peer, it's well over 90% of kids. It's a very small group of kids who say no to all three of those questions. And those are kids that we rally around. Those are kids that we're most concerned about. So, you know, it's positive that if kids are not naming a safe adult at school, they have other people they can go to. And we still want to be deeply aspirational and get that closer to 100%.
Okay, let's just keep talking.
Yeah.
This is good.
Yeah.
This is great stuff. Let's keep
Yep.
talking. Okay.
Mariah?
Thank you. And thank you, Matt, for this presentation. It was really, I think I agree with what Nancy is saying about concern, but also I feel tremendously appreciative of the work that's being done, of the fact that this survey, I think that, I don't remember if this was already happening before panel 2, but I remember that panel 2 brought up the importance of the universal survey screener for exactly this reason. And to see that data coming in, starting in that fall of 2020 and being able to look at it and the change over time is really great to see the improvement in student indicators. And also to, as you mentioned, you know, to validate the work of the staff and the investments that have been made in this area. So I'm really glad that this is happening and we've had this presentation tonight. Another couple one comment and then a couple questions. One is just also that I think it's so valuable that you're looking at the peer, sort of the vertical and the horizontal relationships. So I'm so glad to see that too. I have 3 questions. One of them is, and I think this is a little bit tied to what Stephen was talking about earlier, but I'm not sure if you answered it already. I'm going to ask again. Are the things that the mental health will say, like risk markers, I guess I would call in your survey, are they used, or are they at all, do you find that they're correlated with IEP diagnosis later on? Like, are they something that if you flagged that you would say, well, this student is at risk for a health indication on an IEP? Do you use the data in that fashion to perhaps identify students who would benefit from a health-based IEP? Or is it not used in that way?
So awesome question. So the tool itself isn't super helpful in terms of diagnosis, but there's not uncommon that we would apply what's called a multiple gated strategy, where for students, for example, is flagging with a lot of anxiety, a lot of hopefulness, can't identify a safe adult, has a lot of school belonging. It's not uncommon for those kids to then meet with a clinician and do more diagnostic testing or do a more narrow band rating scale to assess for symptoms. And so, and I would also say that when kids do come to be evaluated for special education, it's not uncommon for this information to be used to try to identify what are some additional questions that we can ask kids. So this tool in itself, not diagnostic, but sometimes it can put you on that path for getting more information that would be.
Okay, that's great. Then my second question is, and maybe this is very obvious, but it wasn't to me. You said the survey doesn't include gender identity.
Yep.
Or I'll say gender or sexual identity. Why doesn't it?
Yeah, so we pull all of our, so I just presented a ton of demographic data.
Yes.
So we pull all of our demographic data from Aspen. And so kids from our student information system. So we're not asking kids any demographic questions. They just get the survey, and then the demographic information is pulled in. So that's the reason for that.
And then my last question is, for the adults who aren't identified as safe adults, because you have students identify adults who are safe adults. So for the ones who aren't named, is that an opportunity for targeted sort of professional development or other opportunities to increase that relationship component of their practice? Not that, like, you know, a student just might not name them, but it also might be an opportunity, right?
For sure, yeah. And so what I would say, so we haven't necessarily provided that targeted support, so having a list of educators who aren't named, but I would offer is that a really consistent part of our professional development is hanging out in the space of relationships and belonging. So just an example of that, myself and Kendall Jones last month, we did a full faculty PD for BHS, and this was the entire topic. was on belonging, was on relationship building. And so I feel pretty confident that our staff have received very explicit professional development in this space. And we're going to continue to talk about it because how incredibly important and how linked it is to our academic outcomes. And so I super appreciate that as being this really important qualitative tool that we can use to help structure that additional support for staff.
And I would love to see just how we can really highlight or recognize those adults
Yeah.
who really go above and beyond and get named. I think Asa said that he did something where he went around and like gave some sort of kudos, right, to all of those named safe adults. And I just think that's so wonderful. And I'd love to see how we can expand that.
Yeah, so a lot of our schools do that, and it's and a lot of our clinical staff, what they'll do is they'll have a list of adults who are named as a safe adult, and there's a couple ways they do it. Sometimes it's an email, sometimes it's a note that they'll put in people's boxes, and to see adults light up in the way that they do when they receive that information is such a culture and climate lift, and we really want to acknowledge the really powerful work that they're doing. Kids make us earn these relationships, right? And they should. Right? These relationships aren't an accident, right? And so we really want to make sure that adults are knowing the power of their work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alice?
Okay, awesome. I have so many questions. My first question has to do with just all of the like really upsetting disparities and inequities. And I was wondering if there are examples of other districts similar to Brookline or not similar who have like implemented like any policies that have in any way shrunk these. Like I was just wondering like if you have any knowledge of that.
That is a beautiful question. So one thing I'll offer is I'm part of a group that's working with an organization called CASTLE. So it's a collaborative for academic and social emotional learning. And so I'm able to meet with folks throughout the country. And what I do want to be really honest with is that a lot of school districts are continuing to grapple with this. And so that's really challenging, right? So I wish I could tell you, Alice, there is a school that is nailing it and we're not seeing these discrepancies. Unfortunately, this is pretty pervasive right now throughout education. And so that is just a comment on that we still have a lot of work to do. And Alice, what I'll offer is that hearing directly from you and your peers is so fundamental in this work. One thing that I think is really important about this survey is that this is information that's coming directly from kids, right? It's not adult perceptions, it is student perceptions, right? And so I do feel like we're on solid ground of continuing to use your voices to inform the type of supports that you and your peers are getting.
Okay, no, thank you so much. That is so helpful. I just have a few more questions. My second one has to do with actually the thing you said about filling out the survey and like 60% and what you just said about student voice and like only 65% of high schoolers. And like I'm gonna be so honest, like I never do those surveys. Like me and my friends, like never, like we just go and play like Snake Game on our computers. Like I never do those. But now I'm like, if I had actually known they like mattered, I would do them. I just like didn't think it like went anywhere. So I don't know. I was just thinking like with like I don't know with Miss McGinnis or whatever. If there's any way that if there's any input you need from students about how to make people feel like it actually matters, because I'm just like, oh, why would I do this? It's like 10 minutes of my time.
So
And
I don't know if you saw this, but for the most recent round of surveying, I recorded a brief video where I sort of talked to kids about why. I don't know if your survey showed that, but that was sort of the mechanism that we tried to show that.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think my mind did. Yeah.
Why it is that we're asking you these questions and what it is that we do with that. So I think you have a lot of influence in the school. So if you could help me, so we're going to do it again in May. And so if you have a good word that we're going to have another round, that'd be incredibly helpful.
Awesome.
Do you have any ideas on how we can spread the word?
Right. Yeah.
Well, actually, is there a student body that would be appropriate to partner with to spread that message, rather than have it be like a
I mean,
individual?
there's like peer leaders. I don't know if people actually like listen to them. Like I'm trying to think of like one that's actually like I would like be like, oh yeah, I'll do it. I mean, I think there's like a bunch. I'd have to think more of that, but yeah, I can get back to you on that. Yeah. And then my third question is like, so I know for me, I got like a social worker a few years ago, but that was only because like I did that process, like I know like my parents reached out to them. So I'm wondering like if you're just like if you what are the means for getting that? Can you get that just from like filling out this survey? Like, I don't know, how do most people get that? Yeah.
Thanks, Al. So we call it the raise hand question on the survey. And so the last question on the survey, we ask kids, do you want an adult to follow up with you after the survey is completed? And I would say maybe like 3%, 4% of kids at the high school say yes to that. And so any student who says yes to that question, either a guidance counselor or a social worker, sometimes your advisory teacher, is going to follow up with you to see if you need additional support. And there are a lot of kids who have come to access additional support from a social worker because they answered that question. I know how vulnerable and hard it is for you to walk into a stranger's office and say, hey, I need help. And so we want there to be this really easy way where you can raise your hand and say, hey, I would love for an adult to follow up with me. So that's one way that we really try to do that.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, I have a couple of questions regarding what you were talking about toward the beginning of your presentation with when you had the Yerkes-Dodson chart that was up, and you talked about how we also need to be concerned about the minutes of instruction to make sure that they're qualitative and that students are going to be in the right frame of mind to most benefit. And I'm wondering if there is any documented correlation between number of minutes of instruction and where a student falls on Yerkes-Dodson.
Sure, yeah. So obviously the longer that a class period is, the more likely that you can lose some engagement across time, right? And sometimes teachers will talk about the difference between a 50-minute class and a 60-minute class, right? But there's absolutely, from a pedagogical place, when you're using really engaging strategies, they can ensure that those high quality minutes are going to be there, whether it's a 50-minute class or a 60-minute class. Within this space, we talk a lot about this idea of embedding social and emotional learning directly into instruction, right? So in practice, that oftentimes looks like a welcoming routine that's using really, really good engaging strategies for kids, and then being really thoughtful and intentional for how kids are leaving our learning spaces. Again, Julia and Jen gave us this beautiful example and roadmap of what that can look like for kids and how it is that we can support learning, right? So imagine if we were in those classrooms on those days, we would have seen all those kids in the green zone that were really, really engaged, right? And so for us, as I say that, I want us to be thinking both about the instructional minutes and the number of minutes in which kids can actively participate in instruction, because both of those are going to be really important for supporting learning.
Now, if as a general matter, the longer the class goes for, the less kids are going to be engaged. This survey covered grades 3 through 12, so I'm curious about grades 3 through 5 in particular, where you have, for most of your day, one classroom teacher. And would this seem to indicate to you that perhaps if, to keep the number simple, let's say there's 1 hour of social studies, that students would be better off breaking that up into 2 half-hour periods with other subjects in between? Or
yeah, no, so I'd say not necessarily. So I think what it sort of comments on, so I think people can be really successful in a 60-minute block, but it just requires really some very real intentionality in how it is that you're building out that lesson, right? So obviously if you're, in any class, right, if you are up in front of your classroom for 60 minutes and you're just talking at kids, most kids aren't going to benefit from that, right? But if you go into, a 3 to 5 classroom, right, within that 50-minute period, kids are up, they're moving, they're working together, they're answering reflection questions. And so really it's just thinking about what's happening in those minutes to make sure kids that are actively engaged and they're not sort of moving into those tails.
And then also beyond minutes within subject areas, is there also, as the day progresses, students become less engaged just because they've been in school longer for the day? So there's sort of a...
Yep, and I'd say, teachers, sometimes it happens at the high school where you get kids right after lunch or you get kids at the last block, and that's real, right? But when we think about how we structure a classroom, we always want to begin with a really thoughtful, welcoming routine, right? We know that it would be great if every single student entered a learning space in that green zone. That doesn't happen in practice, right? And so there are some teachers who absolutely know, the first 5 minutes of class, we need to really be thinking about energy boosters. I need to regulate kids. I got to get them into a space where they can benefit from the instruction that's going to happen, right? And that's part of what it can look like to teach during those time periods. And so again, it's just sort of that thoughtfulness piece that we're not just thinking about the content, but we're thinking about the how part of it and how it is that we're structuring lessons to allow kids to engage.
All right, thank you. Any further questions? Helen?
Thank you. Well, thank you for the presentation, first of all. But second of all, how long have we been doing Panorama?
This is our third year.
We didn't do it before then?
So we did a smaller version of it in the 2 years before that. Yeah, so we did a lot of the school belonging work. We started off just in 9th grade. And then the year the pandemic hit, we were doing it in 9th and 10th grade. And then that following fall is when we started doing it district-wide.
Because, well, I guess then it doesn't answer my question. Because one of the thoughts I had, if we had been doing it before the pandemic and before we hired the social workers, would we see a difference, from before the pandemic? I mean, taking into account the factor of the pandemic, but in responses, and we don't have that, right?
Right.
I thought we had started earlier for some reason, but I guess that
Yeah,
was.
one of the mechanisms as we're thinking, particularly within the fall of 2020, where a lot of kids were remote, we obviously really were struggling when you're not with kids, you need to have some mechanism in place for understanding what they're experiencing. So that was one of the motivating reasons for doing this district-wise. Then, of course, over time now to evaluate the impact of our supports, it's certainly helpful in that space. Yeah, so it would be awesome if we had pre-pandemic data, but we don't. And it really.
The reason I'm saying this is I remember seeing at MASC a presentation on Panorama years ago.
Yeah. So I think we had used it previously for some staff surveys looking at climate and culture, but for the student administration piece, we weren't doing it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, well, thank you very much, Mr. Dubois, for that very informative presentation. As you could see, it really captured a lot of interest, and there's certainly a lot of material there for us to digest. And I'm sure that we'll have you back for further discussions.
Thanks, everyone.
So that brings us to M-Class Literacy Update with Ms. Herman.
Good evening. Thank you for having us here tonight. I'm gonna just share my screen. Let's see. And can you see that?
We can, yes.
Great. Okay. So I want to share the agenda for tonight. It's an update on the Universal Screener, which is the M-Class Screener. And, as Matt was talking, I remember 2 years ago, and I think this was really key, is to remember where we were at with the very first level of Panorama data and when we started 2 years ago, and thinking about that's where we are right now with this Universal Screener. So as we talk about this today, we're really talking at a high level. And so what we're going to cover in the next few minutes is we're going to talk about the success of our implementation, what data is collected, so district level, classroom level, student level, what have we learned so far, and what are our next steps? And just before we get into this data specifically, I want to remind you that the purpose of this Universal Screener is to determine who are the students at risk for having poor outcomes in reading. It is not diagnostic. However, it does provide us information that can be used for Tier 1 instruction. So where we're at now is our year to date. So if you see this timeline, it kind of talks about where we started and where we are now. So at the beginning of the school year, we ensured that all K-2 educators were trained in the administration of the M-Class. And that was a very technical training. And if you remember, we found out that our teachers, what we contracted for didn't meet our needs. So we want to remind you that this implementation takes time. And so what we did was we followed up by really making sure that our teachers had the proper training through our literacy department. We began the process for this by setting the goal of administering successfully. So our big goal for this year was to administer the assessment. It was also important to ensure that the teachers were supported in beginning to understand the data. And that's what you see here on the October and January dates, that used to say October 25th and January 25th, where we ran educator data meetings. And then to have the ELA department continue to partner with teachers and provide ongoing support so that we can continue to learn from this data. So what we'll do is we're going to take a look here. So as I said before, you know, our goal was to assess every student in K-2. And so the administration was needed to be done in a timely fashion. We gave 3-week windows and we wanted 100% participation. So what you notice here is where it says not complete, there were students who were not assessed. And I want to talk about why that happened and what we learned. So when we purchased the system, we received our own district coach, and the coach was a specialist from the program who had been a literacy specialist in the past and supported us in understanding why we might not have assessed level 1 and level 2 ELs, and then students in specific programs to assess their reading. And what we learned was that actually we want to find out about where the students, especially our ELs, are at. And so this is not a permanent thing that we're going to do. We're going to make the adjustment and assess those students going forward. It is to get a baseline because they are receiving instruction and we can then look at their growth over time. And then also wanting to note that the sub-separate programs or the specific programs that we do not assess are students who are, for instance, nonverbal on the autism spectrum. And that's because most of this assessment is done verbally between an adult and the student. So what we did learn, though, is that if you look at our numbers from the beginning of the year assessment to the middle of the year assessment, and that's the 2 lines at the top, we assessed the same number of students during the first window and the second window. So that was huge. In addition, we had every student who we had slated for being assessed in the first two windows assessed within our 3-week window. So we were very successful with that. And so having been successful with that, we moved on to the data. And I want to show you what kind of data we get both at the district level, at the teacher level, and at the student level. So from the district, we can look at many facets. For example, we can compare student performance in one measure across different breakdowns by student demographics, by period from the first beginning of the year assessment to the second year assessment. We can look at how students are performing in particular subtests over time. We can also look at performance between the assessment windows, and I'll show you a little bit of that through the next 2 slides. In addition, we can use this system for progress monitoring. And so what we can do is at any given point in time, we can assess a student within one subtest. And therefore, that data can also be tracked district-wide and school-wide. So when we look here, I want to make sure that as we're looking at this is our beginning of the year data for grades K, 1 and 2 at the district level, and our middle of the year data. And I want to make sure that we don't overreact to the data. This is the first year. And so what we're really focused in on is getting valid and reliable data. And so we are learning the process. We are learning to score students properly. So I just want to make sure that we don't overreact to the data because, again, we're in our first year. So for instance, we did see a drop in kindergarten in our data. However, there are a couple of things that could have impacted this. Number one was the amount of instruction that happened between the first and the second assessment and the increase also of the demands of the second assessment. In addition, we may have assessed too early and our reliability because of our first time through this and our validity may not have been accurate. And then also, we're going to use this information to determine when should we start assessing kindergarten students next year. However, what you're seeing in first and second grade, our baseline composite scores, we have increased the green and the blue slightly in both of those, which means that our students are continuing to grow. And what we're really looking for is growth over time. When we move here, this slide demonstrates trends that we hope to see as we move forward. So this is a celebration for us. So we were looking at this word reading, and what you'll see is that the red zone and the yellow zones are getting smaller, but we're also seeing, like at grade 2, many students are testing out. So if you look at that striped line, that's where the test shut down and said students had gone above, either met the benchmark or gone above it. And I want to keep in mind that, again, the demand of the assessment increases over time. And we also want to talk about I also want to share one other piece of data. So again,
Can I
we
ask
talk.
one question, just because you say those slanted lines are where kids have tested out. So who are the blue people?
The blue students started at a higher rate level to begin with. So what happens is that the test sort of self-regulates. So it shuts down. So at a particular time for students that were on grade level, it just said not to go any further. But there were also students who got bumped to the next grade level automatically. So the blue kids were already testing above and they continued to test. The green students, the system said, you've reached your goal, you've got above, we're going to shut the test down because it wasn't worth spending more time on it.
I see. So the blue students just wanted to do more?
They had already started out at the above.
At the higher level.
Beyond, yep.
Okay, thank you.
So the one thing I just.
Can I ask a follow-up on that? I'm sorry. I'm just
Sure.
also confused. So for the blue students, though, they were already blue in beginning of year. So how would they have started at a higher level at the beginning of the year?
No. The first assessment, they keep going. The first assessment's when they determine if they're beyond grade level. The second one, they may be beyond grade level, but many of the students in the green have already, the test just shuts down for them and says, we don't need any more information.
So green and blue are above grade level.
Green is
if they're striped.
Green is at grade level, blue is above.
Okay, I'm not following it, but we don't have to get into it now. It's all good, even if
it's all good data. Okay. Exactly. But here's the even better data though. And this is the part I think is really important. So at the beginning of the year, we look in our first assessment, our percentage of students that were at risk for dyslexia, or for potentially having a disability in reading was 7%. We have knocked that down to 1.7% with instruction. So we have moved 27 students out of the risk factor. And so what we have to keep doing is we've learned what's right for those students. We have to keep that going so that those students remain out of the risk factor and move towards the green and blue zones.
Michelle, can you say that again? We're looking at the red zone from grade 1. I'm sorry, can you,
we're not looking at the red zone. What I'm doing is just sharing an anecdotal piece of data that says that our risk factor, 7% of students were at risk in grades K through 2 at the beginning of the year for having a specific learning disability or a poor reading outcome. They were at risk. In our second assessment data, we have knocked that down to 1.7% within our K through 2 students.
Do you have?
It's not on this.
Yeah. Do you have a chart that has relevant data to that point?
Yeah, Michelle, it's not a chart, is it? This is Suzanne. It's not a chart. It's a weighting of different factors.
No, I know that the risk factor is a specific calculation that's.
So Stephen, can you be more specific about the question?
Sure. So you're referencing a risk factor, which I know is none of the colors on here, but rather something that's determined separately from these colors. So when we looked at this at the curriculum subcommittee a while ago, we looked at the growth from BOI to MOI, and it didn't suggest what you're saying so far as I recall.
Say more. I think I only showed you the risk for the second window at that, which was one.
We definitely didn't discuss that the risk factor declined as a result of or specific or SLD. The risk of SLD declined as a result of our educational interventions. So I'm really
let me back up. I want to clarify that. The risk did not decline as of interventions. I want to be really clear. This is about tier 1 instruction. So after the first assessment, we determined that 7% of our students were at risk for either having dyslexia or poor outcomes in reading. There was, I mean, like that, it was clearly they were at risk. Through our tier 1 instruction between October and the end of January, we moved 27 students out of that risk factor. It
That's
wasn't
great
done
news.
through intervention,
I'm,
right?
I'm thrilled to hear it. I'm just really curious to see the M-Class data that backs up that point.
So you want the individual student breakdowns
No,
of
no,
all
no.
of their subtests?
So
Or
when we calculate risk factor, do we do it with M-Class data?
yes,
So can we use M-Class data to describe the point you're making now? Can we visualize that
so
information?
we can visualize that. So I think what we can do is I can take it offline and just pull the report. It's the same report I did show at the, it's the more detailed report that I showed at the subcommittee that demonstrates that data.
Great.
Yeah,
Thanks.
absolutely.
Thanks,
And
Michelle.
what I will do is lay assessment 1 on top of assessment 2. And
That
then
would
you
be
can-
really helpful. Thanks, Michelle. Because
Absolutely, yeah.
I know the risk factor, deriving the risk factor can be confusing. So helping us see that using M-Class data, I think would go a long way to helping us see how we use M-Class data to derive risk factors and to understand how we move students in and out of risk
Mhm.
classifications using this screener, which is the whole point of using it in the first place. So thanks, Michelle.
Absolutely, absolutely. We were just not going that deep, so sure, I will absolutely send you that. I just took a note of that. Val, do you want to ask now, or do you want to wait until we've completed? I just have a couple more slides.
I can wait. It's about intervention and what you were just talking to Stephen about, but I'll wait for the rest of the slides.
Okay, no, that's completely fine. All right, so quickly, I just want to share with you what a teacher sees. So just to reference this again, this is district level data from the M-Class, and then the teachers see a slightly different screen. So, whoops, I got stuck. So this particular screen is shows a teacher's high level data. So if I am the teacher, I see this, I see that 14 out of 17 students were assessed. I know the students that were assessed in this particular classroom were students who were ELs who had just started in the school. And I also can look at how's the percentage of my students who are performing at benchmark, above benchmark, showing up here in terms of how they're performing. And so you can see by a student, and this can help me with a lot of information around like, what do I do next? Who are the students that need more? What are the specific areas that we are looking at? And so this would be a student. Then let's look at the student data. And in this student data, what we can see is that the system sets goals for us. And so this is one particular area, one student who said in phonemic awareness. But what's really important is this line here that is going up, because it's showing the trajectory of instruction. And it is showing that the student is making steady progress. If this line were really flat or even steeper, what it would be saying to us is the student has a really far way to go to meet the benchmark. But from this here to here, this student is making progress, and the system also sets a target. So a realistic target of, if we continue our instruction, where is the student going to land? And this is the teacher data. So I'm going to move now to talk to you about just quickly about what we're doing with this. And then I'm going to come back to one point on the determination of dyslexia. So here we have just what are our next steps. So we need to continue to use our M-Class data, and we need to triangulate data with students. So for instance, I heard a question go to Matt before about CST and what comes there. So we want to take multiple pieces of data when we determine the needs of a student. So M-Class helps us say, this student's at risk, so we need to look further and to pull in other sources of data, whether it's reading records from the student, from the classroom, or other information that we may have. We may look at, see how attendance data, et cetera. And really what we're doing, the first thing we want to do is determine next steps for supporting tier 1 instruction. So when we get any of this data back, we look at who goes into the small groups within the classroom, who needs more time. I always call them at-bats. Who needs more time to become more proficient with any specific skill, and then identify additional materials for specific students. So for instance, we've spoken about some of the materials we've brought into the classroom. Who needs to spend more time with those materials, or what other material do we need? And then talking about supporting students in tier 2 instruction in the classroom. So within that classroom, we might need to not only more at-bats, but more specific direct instruction for support. And then also we might create some small groups that work together during additional time to really get at specific skills. So I'm going to stop sharing now. And, Matt reminded me, which I appreciate, about the determination for the dyslexia piece. So one of the big thing that the assessment puts together is the composite score. If a student has a below grade mark, below benchmark on the composite score, and has a below benchmark, well below benchmark on their RAN, which is a rapid naming assessment. So I'm going to stop there and give you some opportunity to ask some specific questions, and just know that some of them, we aren't going to have the specific data here tonight.
Val, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Michelle. So I had a couple of questions. The first one is where Stephen was with you before, although my question's on the intervention and the second administration of the screener.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to understand kids getting screened out there, what the interventions were and what that really means.
Okay, so I think the first thing to be really clear on is M-CLASS is not mean interventions. So it's not that we got our M-CLASS data back and we started giving kids, like sending them to the reading specialist or using OG or Wilson with them directly. I want to be really super clear about that. What happened was teachers were given that information and really pulled on those students, and provides like more individual instruction within the classroom, more at-bats, more practice, paid more attention to specific skills within the tier 1 instruction at the classroom level. That is all that really has happened with the students that moved specifically.
Okay, and then my second question is, when and under what circumstances does the district recommend that a student get a full neuropsych to actually?
Good question. So so in December, you also heard from the new teacher center. So one of the things that we are doing is really being intentional about when a student moves to a neuropsych or to a recommendation for evaluation. And so seeing at risk in the M-CLASS data, especially at kindergarten and first grade, that is very far from the first intervention or the first idea that happens. Students would go through classroom specific instruction, tier 1 instruction. They would also move to tier 1 and tier 2 instruction, and they might even move into tier 3. That would happen potentially with the help of the child study team, so that we can track what was tried with the students. I think one of the things that has been a misconception, and I think this might be what you're getting at, is in order to get OG or Wilson support for students, especially students who need tier 3 support, that does not mean you have to be on an IEP. We have people that can provide that. So our big goal is to support students in reading before they get quickly to an IEP evaluation.
I'm still not clear that when the district would recommend, or when.
Are you looking for a number? Because the thing for us is, we look for the growth over time. So that last, I'm going to share for one more second. That last I won't share, but that last screen that I showed you that had the graph of the student, we watch that growth over time. And so if we are seeing appropriate growth for a student, that's what's going to help with that determination. So are you looking to say like, we use a certain amount of time or a certain amount of intervention and then they automatically, I just want to make sure I'm answering your question.
Grade level growth, I mean, obviously reading, it gets harder to learn to read and more challenging when you're reading to learn in older grades. So I'm wondering at what point.
Okay, I think I understand. Yeah, I think I understand. So because we're going to give this screener multiple times in the first year, in K through 2, and because we can use the sub-tests, for instance, even that rapid naming, we can use those sub-tests multiple times at any time with the student, even though it might be outside the window. We would want to continue to we want to look at those and see growth. If we are not seeing growth, then we would start to address whether a student needed to go for evaluation, certain other interventions. But we want to see we need to see growth, and the value of the data that we get is that we can see that growth over time, and that we get information from the system to see if it's a reasonable amount of growth. If we see that a student I'm not going to tell you when a student's going to be referred to an evaluation, because I think that's outside the scope of teaching and learning. I think I would have OSS speak more to that. But I will say, if we don't see appropriate growth over time, we are certainly going to be looking at the why.
Thank you.
Mariah?
Thanks. Thanks, Michelle, for presenting on MClass. I have 2 questions.
Sure.
One is, I heard you say, or I think I heard you say, that this year the educators are also being trained on the administration of the screener. And that the data may still be, I don't know if I'm going to use the right words or your words, but I'll say more variable, or perhaps due to sort of that learning curve that people are still on. So have you quantified, or does MClass provide quantification of how reliable the results of this are, especially in this learning curve phase of the first year?
Because that is an excellent question.
Because students are being tracked into different things and risk factored and everything else. I mean, there's consequences for individual students of the results of this exam. Not saying like, well, I will say, I mean, it could be positive or negative consequences, right? They could be receiving unnecessary interventions, although I presume no one's relying just on MClass. It's MClass plus other observation. But especially where, and I'm going to ask that question, I'm going to combine it with the part where you talked about going from a 7% to a 1.7%. And that number a little bit bothered me, in that, or at least the way it was described. I know I'm working on it. Sorry, I've got a sick kid at home who's fussy. About how we think about what these risk factors mean. I'm not sure that we, like children who had, for example, children who were in that 7% for dyslexia, there was nothing that happened that made any child who had dyslexia not have dyslexia.
I do want to interrupt you for 1 second. This is not a diagnostic, so this is not going to say they had dyslexia.
No, but that's my point of the way it was phrased earlier, I think could almost, I'm not saying you said that intentionally, but the way it was phrased was like they had, they were 7% high risk, or whatever the word was, for dyslexia or other, poor reading outcomes. And I just want to be clear that like, it's not that they were, anyone who had dyslexia still has dyslexia just because we tested them in the middle of the year and the risk factor went down.
Okay, let's back up though. We haven't determined that they have dyslexia.
I understand. You said a risk factor, a high risk.
As a risk factor, but what I hear you saying is somebody that had dyslexia wouldn't not have it now. So I want to clarify that. We've never said that the 7% had dyslexia.
I understand. All I'm
Okay.
saying is when we talk about that being a number that we should be really like happy about, that I think the word was used, like knocked it down. And I guess my question is, well, what did we knock down necessarily? Maybe
Yep.
yeah. So I guess that's my question. And then the other part of how can we be sure of the, what is it like, the going back to the, what does it mean? And does M-Class give us any data on how reliable this is given this training phase?
So the first thing is, one of the things that we learned after the first assessment is we didn't know that we could continuously give these assessments, the pieces. We kind of thought that it was specific windows that we had to use. Once we learned that, we've been working, so our literacy department works with teachers and they send them back and say, like, if this data doesn't look right on a student, let's redo the assessment. We also have done a ton of norming. So having 2 adults sitting with the same child and doing the assessment and having both of them record to see how close they are. So that's part of what we've been doing to increase our reliability. The other thing I would say is that actually our current assessment, our current data is probably more reliable because of the amount of practice that we've had since we started. So the other thing is it does not surprise me that our risk factor, our risk was more at the first assessment than it is now, because we had students that had never been in school, hadn't been reading before. And so I think that that's something that just increased, and that's increased for us. And so we also had increased performance on our RAN. And so the data that Stephen's asking for, you'll see that in the graphing, that our students who performed, some of our students have performed poorly on the rapid naming in the beginning of the year have increased their performance. And that's really part of what helps us determine whether a student's at risk.
Thank you. Stephen?
Thanks, David. I just want to take a giant step back, first of all, and say to Michelle and OTL, just congratulations on a really strong rollout of M-Class. I wish I had started by saying that. It's just clear that the rollout was really successful just by the number of students participating in this. And it's just really reassuring to me as a school committee member, but also as a parent of a dyslexic kid, that we have really strong data now coming in a really reliable way. So it makes me feel confident that we're going to be able to make policy decisions relating to really strong data going forward. So just a sincere thanks on that. And I just have one other comment to make also. Thank you again for providing what I think is a really strong and succinct summary of what was presented at curriculum subcommittee, I don't know, like a month ago, maybe.
Mid-February.
Yeah, I just want to point out one thing that I remember really caught my attention at the subcommittee meeting that I don't think was in here. The illustrative slide that you had in here that sort of dove down into one specific category was on word reading, which I think showed a normal distribution for Brookline students. But the categories that were concerning, and I think that relate to issues that pertain to our curriculum, have to do with decoding and phonemic awareness, where, if I remember right, I think it was phonemic awareness that we had 38 kids at the middle of the year assessment that were at 38. It was 38% that were in the red zone, and that wasn't normal distribution. So that was something that made me panic when I saw that slide. So I saw that wasn't in here, but I just wanted to note that there is an area that M-Class seemed to point to that will be interesting to study further when we do the literacy review. That will, when we look at the curriculum in greater depth. All I mean to say here is that M-Class, I think, is already shining a light on some of the specific subvariables that may or may not have something to do with our curricular choices.
Okay, so a couple of things, like total transparency. I tried to cut the slides down, and
that wasn't criticism. I just wanted to make sure that I wanted to bring that out.
That's there. You're correct. That's there. And I wanted to show the sort of the celebration to show what it looks like when the distribution, when we see that. We have identified some areas that we are working on. I think that I have to shout out the ELA team this year. They have been amazing in terms of turning around and saying like, we need this for our students and getting that. And I think you're right. We did see some concerns in phonemic awareness. We absolutely did. And it's something we're on. And one of the things, just so you know, we've been walking classrooms at every single school in the last 3 weeks with the new teacher center and looking at what are we seeing happening. And that's also a piece of determining like, so what do we do with that information? So I think, yes, we get that from M-Class, and then we turn around and we look and we say, what's really going on? And, is it, and again, the other thing that happened with us this year is that we implemented Haggerty at K2, and then at 3-5, we added in the word, the spelling connections. That's the continuation of the foundations. And so it's a little tricky right now because we did both implement M-Class and Haggerty at the same time. And so I appreciate you calling that out. And again, I'm happy to provide additional data.
I don't mean to suggest that OTL is not responsive to what you've already discovered to be potential holes in our literacy curriculum. And I know that Haggerty is a deliberate response to what is perceived to be a possible area that can be strengthened. And I don't mean to suggest by saying that the literacy review is forthcoming. I don't mean to suggest that that's where all the improvement will happen. But I just want to flag that M-Class is showing up some early areas that we could be working on that I know that you already paid attention to.
Oh yeah, no, and I appreciate you calling that out. And that information is also still posted. And from what I understand from your initial question also before is I think what you're looking for is the breakdown slide that I did not do here to go as deep as we did.
Yeah, I just think risk factor is confusing, and it's not as neatly grouped as the colored zones. So I think showing how it's derived, especially if there are going to be changes to it as a result of tier 1 interventions, it would be helpful to present that visually. Yep. It's just easier for me at least to absorb that way.
Great, thanks.
All right, anyone else? Well, thank you very much, Ms. Herman, for this presentation. As you can see, it's a topic of great interest and will continue to be. And thank you very much for gathering all that helpful data from which we can begin to make informed decisions over time.
Great, thank you.
All right, so next up, we were going to go to an update on the district strategic planning process, but we do have Dr. Givens waiting, so we're going to go to her, and then we'll have the update on the strategic planning process.
Thank you, David. I am pleased to introduce a candidate for Deputy Superintendent of Administration and Finance, Dr. Susan Givens. In the public schools of Brookline, the Deputy Superintendent for Administration and Finance serves as the school business administrator for the district. Under Chapter 71, Section 41, grants the authority to the school committee the responsibility for hiring this role. I recommend that the Brookline School Committee hire Susan K. Givens as Deputy Superintendent for Administration and Finance. Through a process led by Human Resources Director Ty Fluker, we have been actively searching for a talented and experienced Deputy Superintendent for Administration and Finance since the fall of 2022. In total, 5 candidates were interviewed out of a review of approximately 15 applications. In addition to Ms. Fluker, the members of the interview team included Interim Deputy Superintendent for Student Services, Lisa O'Connell, Deputy Town Administrator, Melissa Goff, Baker School Principal Torrance Lewis, PSB Budget Analyst Donna Chisholm, and PSB Grants Coordinator Kelly Durgan. Mariah Nobrega, Finance Chair, Subcommittee Chair, and I interviewed Dr. Givens and concur with the overwhelmingly positive feedback from the interview committee. Dr. Givens has 17 years of experience as an Assistant Superintendent for Finance and Operation, and I'm going to say this wrong, so Susan, correct me when you come on. Masconomet Regional School District. Her work there included leading negotiations with bargaining units, initiating an induction program for new administrators, extensive collaboration with principals and directors on district initiatives, and guiding the district through 2 significant financial crises without the need for educator layoffs. Dr. Givens also served for 6 years as the school business administrator in Pentucket Regional School District. She is presently the interim director of strategic initiatives at Lab Collaborative and recently served as superintendent of the New Market School District in New Hampshire. Dr. Givens earned her EDD at UPenn, her master's in school leadership from Northeastern, and a BS in business administration's operations management information systems at Salem State University. Dr. Givens' extensive and relevant experience, her proven record of accomplishment, and her leadership skills make her the clear choice for the position of Deputy Superintendent for Administration and Finance in the public schools of Brookline. Her wide-ranging skill set will enable her to seamlessly transition into our school district and successfully lead the important work in the Office of Finance and Administration. So with that, Chair Perman, I'll turn it back over to you.
All right, so do we have Dr. Givens on with us?
You do. I'm not sure how to get the video going, but give me a second here.
All right.
Voila.
Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Nope, go right ahead if you'd like to introduce yourself to us.
Sure. Well, it sounds like an introduction was quite extensive, but I do want to say good evening and thank you for inviting me here tonight. I'm really excited about this opportunity, and I look forward to learning more about your vision and aspirations for students. And, you know, I don't know if you have any questions, or I certainly don't want to take too much time out of your evening, as I know you have quite a few things on the agenda. So I'll let you take the lead on what you would like out of this introductory meeting.
All right, very well then. Does anyone have a question for Dr. Givens? Go right ahead, Helen.
Can't let you get off without any questions. No, I'm kidding. I'm curious, what would you see as your biggest challenge coming to Brookline?
The commute.
That's a challenge, depending on how far you're coming from.
Right, or which way the Google Maps takes me to get there, I suppose. But my biggest challenge, I don't know if it's a challenge so much as I think coming into Brookline, it would be important for me to get to know people, really get a good understanding of your vision. And I certainly have read what your goals are for this year, and they really align with my values. And I feel like I'll be able to help you move towards achieving those goals that you've set. But in order to achieve those goals, I have to know where you're at. And so I would spend some time really trying to get to understand where you are in your journey towards achieving those goals. There's an awful lot of data and information that I would need to get familiar with as quickly as possible in order for me to be able to provide you with advice and support you in part through the end of this year. I'll do a little transition this year and then into next year. So I don't know if that's a challenge, but that would be, really the order of my priorities coming into Brookline.
And so you would be able to start right away, is what I hear you saying?
No, I'm under contract until the end of the year, but
Okay.
I don't see why I wouldn't, be able to spend some time in Brookline between now and the end of the year.
Okay, thank you.
Could you maybe describe some of your prior experiences around dealing with other stakeholder groups in municipal government, such as select boards, mayors, town meetings?
My whole career, actually. I think one of the things that makes maybe my experience a little more unique than the average candidate is that I worked in regional schools for about 25 years. So I've had an awful lot of experience working with selectmen and town finance committees and town finance directors, trying to communicate with all of those stakeholder groups, the needs of the school district, and also be able to translate some of the limitations from the municipal side that could create challenges for us on the school side, trying to accomplish our goals. So I have attended many a town meeting, done presentations my entire career to all different forms of stakeholder groups, because when you're involved with multiple towns, the superintendent is not able to be in all places at all times. Also, as a superintendent of schools, certainly addressing town meeting, developing an educational plan and the financial plan that supports the educational plan, and communicating that broadly is also something I've had experience with. So very comfortable with communicating and translating, frankly, our learning outcomes, our goals, and how that translates into the resources that we're requesting.
Thank you. Any other questions? Suzanne?
I'm just kind of fascinated. I've been in education all my life, but I would never even consider being on the financial side. I mean, it just feels so separate from education, from the educator side. So I'm just wondering, you've alluded to this idea of understanding our goals around education, teaching and learning, and then how you can push that forward in the budget. Could you just say a little bit more about how you got into public school budgeting and finance, and why that excites you?
Yeah, I'll tell you. In my family, the women in my family either became in the area of business and finance or teaching. And my mother leaned towards the finance piece. My grandmother, a teacher. And so when I got to the point where I had to make a decision about, what direction I was going to go in, I thought it would be more lucrative to go into the area of finance than it was to be a teacher. So I headed down that path, but I never really got away from teaching. And so even when I was in college, I was tutoring, and I was working in the labs, and TA for teachers, and that's kind of how I made my way, in part through school, earning money. So I really never got away from teaching. Of course, I've taught at the college level as well, and I really found that my love lies there. But I have a skill set that I've developed in the area of organizational leadership that has served me very well. And I think that that skill set in Brookline could be something that could help you to elevate the school district and help you to keep your focus on instruction. I always say that I'd rather have the conversations not be about money, because you're confident in the finances. And so you're not having conversations, let's say, about overrides. That's not dominating your world, right? So it's something that I do. I love teaching and learning, and I understand how to align resources in order to accomplish our goals. And I think that's perhaps the skill set that maybe attracts you to me at this time.
Thank you very much.
Mariah?
Thanks, David. And thank you, Susan, for joining us tonight. I'm very excited. During our meeting, you discussed your sort of philosophy around maximizing the instructional minute. And I'm wondering if you could just talk a little bit about that here and how that aligns with the finance work. We started to talk about it a little bit a minute ago, and I'm wondering if you could just talk more about that.
Yeah, so there's certain elements. So I've had this essential question that's really driven me throughout my career. And that are, what are the essential ingredients present in schools where students and staff thrive and achieve at high levels? So not just thrive, but achieving at high levels. And so I've really tried to understand all of the different facets of education and how in those school districts that are performing well, you know, how they're accomplishing that. And there's certain themes that I've seen, you know, as I've gone through this learning journey. You know, one of the things that I believe matters most is quality instruction and the instructional minute. And so the more that we can enable staff to focus their attention on the instructional minute, learning outcomes will improve. And so that really drives a lot of the way that I think about how do we, you know, how do we go about the business of educating students? How do we provide resources to teachers so that they have them ready and available to them, and they're not having to think about, you know, is my class clean? Will the lights come on? Does my technology work? That they're actually able to come in and focus on developing relationships with kids, identifying where those gaps are that you were talking about earlier, working on planning, and not having to spend their time trying to track down things that they need in order to get the class up and running for the day. So that's really a passion that I have. You know, how do we focus our energy on the instructional minute, and how do we eliminate the barriers that prevent us from keeping our focus on that instructional minute?
Thank you.
Anyone else? Nancy.
Sorry. Hi and welcome, Nancy Gore. A lot of what I've experienced, this is my first year on school committee, and a lot of what yeah, thanks. I've noticed about the person prior in the position was around negotiation. Can you tell me a little bit about your experience in negotiation? And, you know, have you ever been in a tough position in a negotiation? How did you work your way through that?
I think when I was born, I was in a negotiation meeting. I feel like I've done it my whole career. And in fact, my very first experience years ago in public education, I worked for Beverly Public Schools and they went on strike. And so that was a little challenging situation where I was the one that was presenting all of the data, and I was in court testifying about you know, the impact some of the proposals would have on the resources available within the school. So yeah, that I think that introduction to negotiations was maybe a little
Trial by fire.
trial by fire, really
Yeah.
was. And so after that, what's really hard about negotiations, you know, I think one of the things that I've learned over time is that you know, to be hard on the issue but soft on the people, that you have to preserve your relationships because the work is done through people. And so you don't want to damage relationships. So being a good listener, trying to get people to look at the issues from the same side of the table helps you to be able to come up with different strategies or ideas or ways to be able to meet the needs of both parties. So IBB, I've used that model before, which is interest-based bargaining. It can work in some places. It takes a tremendous amount of trust. And sometimes unions are not interested in using that type of an approach, especially
Sometimes.
you know, sometimes
Yeah.
they're not, and that's okay too. I have negotiated using all kinds of different ways, with and without facilitators or attorneys involved, both with and without. I have seen negotiations get really heated and go to mediation. So there's not much I haven't seen or experienced in the realm of collective bargaining. Initial contracts, I've negotiated those. I was the primary person that negotiated all contracts that were non-teacher contracts at Masconomet and at Pentucket as well. So I've had quite a bit of experience in that domain.
Wow, great, thank you very much.
All right, anyone else? Okay, well, thank you very much for joining us this evening, Dr. Givens. We are going to meet an executive session later today to discuss you, and then we might return, and so stay tuned.
Okay, very good. Well, it was a pleasure to meet you all. I look forward to working with you in the years to come.
All right, so now we will move to update on the district strategic planning process.
All right, so this is a brief update on the strategic planning process. We completed session 2 today. Our first session again was March 16th, and that was the Envisioning the Future session. And you, school committee, will remember you did this last summer with Dr. Lori Likas, as well as identifying common themes and categories. So you actually did both of these as a committee group. And so the community planning team met again today to identify common themes, comparing what the work that was done last summer to the work that was done more recently. And several of you, several committee members were actually in the room, and I'll let you share your thoughts or your experiences with that. Upcoming, we have Wednesday, March 5th, where we'll be taking a dive into a root cause analysis and begin the initial drafting of objectives and initiatives. And then May 24th is a final draft plan revisiting objectives, but there are some other administrative meetings that are in there, but these are the meeting dates for the community planning team. And I'm also looking at later in April to add an evening community meeting for expanded community input for those that are not on the community planning team, but to actually take them through some modified versions of this. So we want to get this date out, and we'll begin communicating it as well with the time that goes along with that for those that are not on the team. Some of the feedback from the first session, Dr. Ruth Gilbert Whitner shared this morning, that participants found the envisioning worthwhile. The protocol was great, surprisingly fun and interactive, that the process has been collaborative, productive, and it's been a strong start. One person asked about how data is driving the process, and we actually talked through district data this morning, similar to what Dr. Dubois shared with you this evening. We better understand the district's needs, somewhat an overwhelming start, many voices and viewpoints. This process is putting us back on track. I'm hopeful for what is being done will come to fruition. We share similar visions for the future, and I think folks, as the various groups shared out today, this resonated again. A great first step forward in moving our goals forward. We developed a strong foundation. This has been thought-provoking, exciting, and full of hope. A great setting to allow for communication. So this is what members shared about the experience. And so some upcoming milestones, we're going to be launching a strategic planning website that will have all of our documents on it, as well as the community members and important dates and information. And then once all this is said and done, this product will come to the school committee for your collective engagement, review, reflection, input, so that then we can be in a better spot for starting off or launching. So with that, that's a brief drive-by of the strategic planning process to this point.
Any questions, comments? Go ahead, Suzanne.
Yeah, I'm just going to kind of affirm what Dr. Guillory said. There was a lot of talk, a lot of conversation. People were very engaged. There was a comment that they thought that our observations at our last session were, and this session were a little more optimistic than they were last August, which I think really is a credit to the senior leadership team and Dr. Guillory moving us forward. in the work that we need to do. It was amazing to me how common the themes were. So there were 6 working groups, and we reported out, and maybe there were 10 themes total that we had, and they pretty much overlapped. So I feel like people are kind of on the same page, having the same thoughts, and it was very engaging, and it was good to hear so many different voices. There were many, many voices, and so that was good. Helen, did you want to add?
No, I just wanted to echo what you said. That's all. I'll be very brief, but I think it was really quite, exactly what you said, that, even going from one table to another table, they mixed us up in terms of who we were sitting with and who we were talking to in terms of putting together the themes. And, it was, the second table from the first table that I was at, very similar themes and places we want to be 3 years from now. What are the major themes that we need to work on? And it was quite good.
Nancy?
Just a quick question. We've been getting questions about at what point in this process the rest of the community can be engaged. And I just want to be very clear that I get that information right. I think from past conversations, you said they're pretty much kind of welcome to engage at a lot of different points in this process. How do we get that information out? Like through parent leaders? Can parent leaders share that information? And I want to make sure that we let people know when they're invited at the appropriate time.
So there are approximately 40 members of the community planning team. And also, no one's been turned away at the door for those who are not on the team who happen to show up. So others are certainly welcome to participate. There's this forum on the 26th of April that is tentatively planned. Once that's confirmed, that will get blasted out to lots of different stakeholder groups. So that'll be an additional way to participate. And then, of course, we ourselves as a school committee are also going to be reviewing it, and there can be public input, of course, at that meeting as well. Go ahead, Suzanne?
Well, I'm just thinking another possibility is once we have the website up, we could certainly take either comments, emails, public comment, if people have input from that information from the website. So
that's one of the ways we're looking to design the website, to keep it going, keep that information moving forward. But it's what I'm looking forward to doing is later in the month, doing a modified, facilitated version of the sessions that have already occurred so that folks can have that similar opportunity or experience.
I think one of the concerns was that certain groups didn't feel like they had a seat at the table, when really the table is open to everyone. Am I correct in that assumption?
It is open to everyone, but I will also add that in assembling this team of 40, there was broad outreach to a diverse set of stakeholder groups, and each group was asked to recommend some people to come forward for who they would feel is representative of their particular interests. And a lot of these groups also have overlapping populations. So for instance, each school committee was reached out to. That's, of course, a very broad group, and then within each school committee, some specific subgroups. So there are members who are really bringing their experience from a number of different groups, even if they are officially designated as a representative of one group.
Sure. Okay.
Sorry.
Mariah and then Helen.
Thanks. I attended this morning for the first hour, and I was so struck by the positive energy and engagement in the room, which it was very exciting to see. I do want to emphasize that I feel that we should be bending over backwards to ensure inclusion across, and we can still looking at who is not in the room, even as they may be representing multiple constituencies, who is not in the room, and continuing to make sure that we can include those voices that who are not present. So I think that the plan itself can only be as good as the totality of the community for who it's going to represent. So, and I would look at beyond the PSB community to the entire Brookline community and how we can engage members of the community who are not active PSB educators or parents. So I think it's really important for us to continue to actively outreach to groups. We know how important it is, and I think Matt even commented on this earlier this evening about how people really need to feel connected in, and so being asked matters. So I really hope we will make those asks. Thank you.
Helen, and then Stephen. Go ahead, Helen.
Well, I think to the point of, who's sitting at the table, maybe they're, when we put up the website, we would want to list, either people's names and who they're representing, and sort of to have and then broken down by, I don't know, it could be by interest group, by race, by ethnic group. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to parse it so that people can see the representation. Because we say it, but you don't know it, so maybe that's one way of sort of being out there. I mean, I think, I was surprised by how diverse the group was at this meeting, at the two meetings, actually.
Stephen, go ahead.
A slightly different topic, but also relating to the strategic plan. I know you've been working on it for a while and it's an ambitious document. What's the specific output of the community engagement part of the strategic plan, the one that we're engaging with the community in for this month?
So when you say specific output, what
is there a part of the plan that they're engaging with?
So they are shaping what the big goals are, the big broad goals. Yes, that aspect of it, and then from there, what happens is then the administrative team that's responsible for implementing will then say, well, here are the action steps that need to go along to accomplish that, and so then it'll come to committee to say, what else are we missing? What else needs to be included as such? But the reality of it is we don't want this to be the kitchen sink.
Wait, when you say when it comes to committee, it's not just the goals that are coming to committee, it's also goals.
No, the whole thing. Yeah.
Wait, now I'm confused now. So the whole strategic plan is coming to the committee, or just the vision and goals are coming?
No, the whole, we'll bring the whole thing to committee.
Oh, I would think that the vision and goals should come separately, because that's an area over which this is the same comment that I was issuing last summer. I think I'm in the minority on this, but I'll say
what I would encourage us to do is to really assume benefit and really let's try to trust this and try this out. I'm not saying you're not.
The process,
right?
I would just like to see the vision and goals part of this process be under separate consideration by the school committee than the entire
piece. Okay.
And just so we have a dedicated session for it, since that does seem to me to be under the purview of the school committee, and so few things are, that it seems right to have some specific time dedicated to it.
And I think let me look back at the schedule, because again we're working like the wind to try to get this wrapped up, and I think that's the other piece that we need to keep in mind, is that we started this. Our facilitator had to take a hiatus. We had to work like crazy to find someone else to pick this up for us to continue us through this process. So we have that constriction as well. It doesn't mean that we don't.
Maybe it could even be under policy subcommittee. I don't know. I'll stop up.
What about the workshop time? Just to review what we have. We're reviewing our goals, right?
Right, we do have on the docket for our workshop a review of school committee goals, which hopefully will dovetail nicely with the strategic plan, but it is an opportunity to discuss our vision.
Yeah, I just want to continue to advocate for dedicated time to consider PSB vision and goals as apart from the entire plan. Thanks.
All right, anyone else?
Vampires don't suck up blood.
David, I put my hand back up if no one else, I don't know if you
Okay,
can see it.
go ahead, Mariah. I wasn't sure if that was a fresh hand or not, but go ahead.
Sorry, it is. There was one thing I meant to mention earlier, and I don't know how it slipped out of my mind, just that the biggest constituency for Brookline education is students, and how we engage students in this, particularly the high school students, I think it's an opportunity if we can make that happen, even if it means that they are just being explicitly invited to the evening session on the 26th.
All right, so now let's move on to subcommittee and liaison reports. Helen, capital improvements.
I don't have a report.
All right. Suzanne, curriculum.
Sure. We last met March 21st with curriculum subcommittee. We did start off with a kind of a debriefing on the middle grade review that we had. We're looking kind of at next steps. There's going to be a process for priorities. There's going to be like a pre-phase December 23rd, and starting in the fall of 24, we'll start to see some implementation of some of our priorities, and a second phase will be around fall of 25. So currently, there are 3 priorities that we're kind of focused on. One is deciding baseline experiences for all middle graders. Another is looking at academic win, what I need, what we do at that time. And then the third one is student voice and choice. We talked about that in the presentation. So those are kind of that was kind of the takeaway from our debrief on the middle grade review. We talked, I'll go to the easy one, which is there's a K-8 world language review that should be starting like last week or this week. And they're hoping for some information. Teaching and Learning is looking for that at the beginning of May. So I think it's going to be kind of quick and simple, just to give us some input and see what we've got right now. So that's world language review. We did talk about enrichment. That is going to be an ongoing conversation. And one of the things that Dr. Way is encouraging us is to think about clear baselines for our what we expect in our classrooms for each subject. And after we've figured out what those baselines are, we're very clear about that and they're consistent, then we can talk about how do we supplement those baselines. So that's work that we need to do. And some of that work is being done right now in learning walks as the follow-up to the CSTs review that we had. And in the learning walks, they're going to all the schools, and they're looking for tier 1, they're looking at tier 1 instruction, looking for high quality instruction and standards, rich tasks, and do all students have entry into the tasks? So those are kind of, that's what they're looking for when they do on the learning walk. So there will be some report about that. And that'll be across grades and content. And our next curriculum meeting is April 25th at 3:30 at the high school. So we're going to take a look at career and technical education there with Britt Stevens. So it should be fun if you want to come. Yeah. April 25th at 3:30. So it's a little earlier. Usually we're at 4. This is at 3:30 at the high school.
Any questions for Suzanne? One remark I'll make, sounds like there are a lot of program reviews going on now, so I'm impressed by how our Office of Teaching and Learning manages to have the bandwidth to undertake this all at once.
I have to give a huge shout out to Gabe and Michelle and Grace. Grace has come in. Thank you, Grace. I think you're there. Yes, there she is. I see her box. Has come in and really helped us out. She's not even working full time, but she is giving it 150%. And you know, it's moving. Things are happening.
I'm going to second that. This is not acting like a caretaker. This is really a proactive stance coming from Grace at OTL.
All right, thank you. Next up, Valerie, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Justice.
Meeting on the 13th of April.
All right, Mariah. I'm sorry, you had some more, Val?
I just said we hadn't met since we last had full school committee on the 16th. We're meeting on the 13th of April.
Okay. Mariah, finance.
Finance met yesterday. We focused on the FY24 building user fees. It was a very successful meeting, and we will have recommendations to come to a school committee meeting, I think some point in April, for full school committee consideration. The other thing I'm going to report on is I haven't reported on the warrant for a couple of months since the last time I reported, which was in late January, I believe. Andy or I have signed off on just over $4,125,000 worth of expenses. And one of the things that I wanted to highlight, which I don't think I did before, but maybe I did, so I'll be repeating myself, but it's for a good cause, is highlighting Sasha's work in food services in joining the Mass School Buying Group for food, and the impact on that. It's great to see us looking at how we can be even more efficient and effective in our purchasing. And so that's one thing that that I have noticed is I noticed the buying group and asked her about it. And yes, that's something that happened in the past year or so. So that's the updates I've got.
Yeah, Mariah, I just wanted to mention that I did it last week and was happy to see that the trout coolers that you mentioned last year are still an item for us. Yeah.
Mariah and I actually got to see the trout at Lincoln School.
Yep, Val and I saw them at Driscoll as well.
All right, next up,
I'm
Suzanne.
Hold on, I'm trying to think if there's anything as exciting as the trout this year. I'm like racking my brain for anything exciting, but no, I think the trout is really the most unusual, interesting thing, the live fish.
Apparently they're nearing release.
Yeah, yes, that's right.
They are, yes. Pretty soon they'll be headed to Jamaica Pond, I believe.
Wow.
No.
Are we allowed?
Yeah, no, our reservoir does get stocked at some point by the Department of something.
All right.
That's the most exciting, there's nothing more exciting than a trout.
All right, Suzanne, government relations.
Well, I just announced that Governor Haley assigned the, whatever it is, she signed the bill or whatever for hybrid meetings going forward. So that's happening. And I believe there's a supplemental budget bill that she signed or that passed, but Val may know more about that.
That's the same bill, Suzanne.
Same bill, but what does that mean? Does that mean anything for us, Val? Supplemental
It does.
budget?
It means that the school food universal meals program will continue.
Oh, that's right.
At least through the end of this fiscal year.
So, sorry, is that business as usual for a hybrid then?
Yeah.
All right, Andy, negotiations.
Yep, we met with the BEU on March 28th to continue working on the paraprofessional contract. We continued our exchange of initial proposals, and we'll meet again on April 11th, April 25th, and May 9th.
So for policy, I know that many of you will be upset to hear this, but we're not going to be addressing the substance use prevention education policy today, so we're going to push that off to a subsequent meeting. As for an overall policy update, we will be having a lightning quick meeting tomorrow at 4 o'clock to review the warrant articles, to make recommendations to full school committee about potential warrant articles that we may want to issue statements on. This is only being scheduled as a 15-minute meeting, in large part because there are only 24 warrant articles, so much fewer than usual, and sort of a quick initial glance. I'm not seeing a large number of them that pertain to the schools, but that's obviously something for us to discuss formally at the policy subcommittee meeting. So don't be late or you might actually miss the meeting entirely. And that's it for policy. Any additional liaison or updates, Helen?
So I have two. One, to make sure that the community knows that there will be a tour of Driscoll School tomorrow at 4 o'clock. All are invited, whoever would like to come. We'll be starting at the historic building up on top where the parking lot is, the town parking lot, and then walking through both buildings. And
Pierce School.
oh, shoot. I meant, thank you, Val, for keeping me honest. It's getting late. I meant the Pierce School. There is a tour of the Pierce School tomorrow, starting at the historic building of the Pierce School. I'm really sorry about this, guys. At 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Also, we are planning on having more tours for people who can't make that time. And we'll be publicizing those. The other piece I wanted to mention is that I'm the liaison for the Steps to Success Board, and they had their meeting yesterday, the first one since last September, I think it was. There's been some change in administration there. There's an interim person who's in charge. And yesterday was their first meeting to sort of review what's been happening, where are the areas that need to be worked on, and the search that they're doing for a new executive director. This is for the Steps Inc. board. Yeah, I think that, they're moving along. I think things have been improving since the pandemic. They're doing some hiring in different positions also. Ours, and we implemented, as people might remember, the third grade for Steps. So they were now included in the 3rd through 12th grade, actually 3 through through college Steps program. They're now looking at the K through 2 grades and trying to figure out the appropriate way to, because the system that we have and the way that we do 3 through 12 is not necessarily what K through 2 families need and K through 2 kids. So their first idea is to hire a family engagement person to help look at some of the things that can be helpful to families, but also to do a study to see what would be or hire a consultant to help with figuring out what do we do K through 2, because as people remember, we have through our community engagement and CFCE grant, community and family engagement grant, thank you, through the early education, Department of Early Education and Care. We get monies to work with families from 0 to 2 who live in either of our housing developments. And then from 3 to 5, as people know, we have at least 40 kids who are on scholarship right now in BEEP. That's not the whole universe, but that's certainly part of it. So we have systems somewhat in place for the younger kids, but that K through 2 was sort of a missing piece, missing link. And so that's what they're going to be working on from now, probably through next year. That's one of their goals.
Suzanne?
Yeah, I just had an announcement. The BEF, Brookline Education Foundation, is having their trivia bee on tomorrow night, Friday, at the high school. And it's a big money raiser for them. And the money goes to our teachers and schools, and it's a really worthwhile cause. So I don't know if there are tables available yet or anyway, it'd be fun to go. I've done it before. It's a fun evening, and it's tomorrow night. You go to the BEF website, and I'm sure you can find out all about it.
Anyone else? Andy?
Yeah, so earlier this week, Linus and I were part of a virtual meeting with school leaders from our sister school in China, the Gaoxing School in Xi'an. So the China exchange, so on our end, it was organized by Steve Lantos. So the idea is that we're resuming that exchange that was suspended during the pandemic. It's virtual for now, but we will work toward resuming it in person when circumstances allow. So this was a sort of ceremonial meeting of school leaders on both sides. There were speeches and songs. Yeah, and some former students of ours who have participated in the exchange. So.
All right, anyone else? Okay, is there any new business? All right, seeing none, I am going to move that we meet in executive session pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 21A, for the following purposes. Purpose 3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining with the Brookline Educators Union Paraprofessional Unit, and to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining with the BEU Units A, B, and Paraprofessional Unit, with respect to the BEU's demand to bargain a program review, and the BEU's pending grievances arbitration, because an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining and litigating position of the public body, and the chair so declares. For purpose 2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel, Deputy Superintendent for Administration and Finance. And purpose 7, to review and approve executive session minutes from the following meetings, March 2nd, 2023, and March 16th, 2023. Is there a second? Thank you, Stephen. Stephen, your vote.
Yes.
Suzanne.
Yes.
Nancy.
Yes.
Andy.
Yes.
Helen.
Yes.
Valerie.
Yes.
Mariah.
Yes.
And I also vote yes. We will likely return to open session for a possible vote to appoint a Deputy Superintendent for Administration and Finance.
My daughter.
All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, welcome back, everyone. We've returned from executive session, and I would like to entertain a motion to appoint a new Deputy Superintendent for Administration and Finance. Mariah, would you like to make that motion?
So moved.
And you're moving that we name Dr. Susan Givens to be the next Deputy Superintendent of Administration and Finance, subject to negotiating a contract, correct?
Correct.
Do we have a second? Thank you, Nancy. Stephen, your vote?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Nancy?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. All right, so welcome aboard, Dr. Givens, pending successful negotiation.
Is she with us?
And that concludes our meeting for this evening. So thank you very much, everyone.
Recording stopped.